Part 19. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 181. Until they were completely covered by the large police uniform jacket, and Ji Changs carried them onto the motorcycle and sat firmly, the two sisters were still stunned, completely unresponsive. When they saw that the children who had begged together before followed the police officers out obediently and looked at them with envy and yearning, the two of them suddenly came back to their senses. Not a dream. The man called the chief said he was here to find them. They have a home. Ji Changs touched his sisters' heads one by one and told them. The policeman promised to help us ride home. You have to hold on to the policeman's clothes, you know. Otherwise, the motorcycle will go too fast and you will be thrown off. Seeing that the two little gray-faced sisters nodded obediently in agreement, he sat on the back seat of another motorcycle with confidence. Although these cars looked handsome, they were all made by himself using various parts. It's quite fast and doesn't use much fuel, but it's a bit cramped for two people. While he was thinking in his heart, it seems that cars must be popularized as soon as possible. After being stunned by the bumps on the Lois Road, he thought that he should build the road first, otherwise, not to mention motorcycles and cars, even bicycles can be used. It makes people lose their minds. The police comrades who sent Ji Changs and the others back did not think the road was bumpy. After Ji Changs sent the motorcycle to the police station, they were all impressed by the huge and eye-catching black motorcycle. In order to learn to ride it, they took turns. When learning to drive, I didn't even bother to eat. No one wanted to go home after work, so they all gathered together to learn to drive. I finally learned all kinds of cool riding and parking movements, and also practiced motorcycle siege, motorcycle lining up and other movements together. In the past few days, every time I went out to arrest people, I was bathed in the envious eyes of the villagers. Not to mention how proud I am. Especially these younger police officers, they are big boys after all. Who doesn't like to be the object of everyone's envy in their glory? Since the appearance of motorcycles, several police comrades have been introduced to their partners at the speed of light. People say that the policemen riding motorcycles are handsome and make people feel reassured and safe. The motorcycles have been around for so many days, and the residents in the area where they often go have adapted to the appearance of the black motorcycles. They no longer watch the black motorcycles like they did at the beginning, full of praise and envy. Most of the time, they just look up when the motorcycles come in front of them. Take a look. Now they have a rare opportunity to go to a place where they have never seen a black knight. Not only can they help Comrade G, whom they respect, but they can also enjoy the same envious eyes as before. It's not too late for them to be happy. In the village, everyone worked as usual, and those who were close to each other chatted while working. The G family relies on a lazy man like Yuki Nagasawa to support the gossip in the whole village. When Ji Changs was in the village, they talked about what excuse the Ji family boy used to be lazy this time, where he slept on a hillside, and stole food from home. Now that Ji Changs is gone, they didn't feel anything at all in the first few days, but as time went by, they couldn't help but start muttering. Although Ji Changs was disliked on a daily basis, if such a news figure suddenly stopped appearing in the news, they would definitely have to ask a few questions. When asked, Ji's family members all said that Ji Changs went to help at his brother-in-law's work in the county. The person who came to inquire, "Who are you lying to?" Just Ji Changs. Thank God for not holding him back, but also for helping? Was it the help of his third brother-in-law who was also a cotter in the county? Who believes it? If the Ji family said that Ji Changs took advantage of his third brother-in-law and was lucky enough to be able to work as a handyman in the Chi military station, that would be reasonable. Are you saying that Ji Changs is here to help Ji Changs and the country? Still making it look like Ji Changs is sacrificing his personal time for the country? Those who heard it even laughed lazily. They wondered why the Ji family had been blind for so many years. The whole family, from Grandma Ji to the three sisters, could not see how unreliable the only male member of the Ji family was, eagerly treating him like a golden pimple. Even Aunt Ji, the only sober person in the past, seems to have been assimilated recently. She also kept saying, "My Nagasawa is not capable, he just doesn't want to learn. Nagasawa is a genius following his father. Nagasawa is actually a human being, it's pretty good, but I didn't pay attention before. Didn't you see that Aunt Ji's mother was almost scared to death by her own daughter? Although Ji Chang's is a boy, people have said that a daughter can hold up half the sky. In other families, daughters and sons only have half the sky, but if it were the Ji family, Ji Chang's wouldn't be able to stand up to the sky. It would be nice if he didn't just ride on the whole family and let them enjoy themselves in heaven." The villagers murmur to themselves every day why the Ji family doesn't learn from the Wang family. Seeing how bastard Wang Daqiang is, he is in a similar situation to Ji Chang's, but his uncles don't tolerate him. Since the last money theft incident, that is, he was forced to work every day, and if he didn't work, he wouldn't be given food. Wang Daqiang complained for a few days, but he still had to be obedient. However, although they were puzzled as to why the Ji family was so spoiled by Ji Chang's, they were also embarrassed to interfere in other people's family affairs. At most, when the Ji family praised Ji Chang's every day, they smiled on their faces and laughed in their hearts. Recently, everyone agreed that Ji Chang's must have done nothing good if he has been absent for so long. Even if he said that he went out to find something to do, they would not believe it. He is so lazy, who would want to find something for him? It is easy to understand why the Ji family is so whitewashing the piece and acting like my father, Mr. Z, is going out to do great things. Ji Chang's is so old, and the children of his age in the same village can run around, but he doesn't even have a wife. Obviously, the Ji family is getting anxious. No, even if they lie with their eyes open, they have to give them Ji Chang's. The unreliable do meow meow of the family made up a good reputation. It's a pity that they think of the villagers too simply. The Ji family is blind, but they are not blind. The villagers murmured and secretly exchanged the information they knew. The aunt who used to have a happy chat with Aunt Ji was very regretful that her gossip teammates actually turned against the target of their gossip, so now she can only gossip about Ji Chang's. You have to avoid Aunt Ji. Have I ever asked you before about what Ji Chang's does on a daily basis? He is still wearing a military uniform. I originally wanted to help him cover up, but when people asked him about his aura, I couldn't resist it and told him everything. I met you too. It seems that the military comrade has asked a lot of people to inquire. Tell me, did Ji Chang's commit something outside? Otherwise, why would any military comrade come to inquire about it? That's not true. Although he is a bit lazy, he doesn't seem to have the guts to do bad things. That's true. After all, we grew up watching him. How could he have the courage? A few people were chatting when they saw Aunt Ji coming over after finishing her work. They immediately felt guilty and dispersed, looking like they were working as if nothing had happened. Aunt Ji-san was originally the smartest one in the family, she thought. When she saw them like this, she didn't know that what they just said was related to her. Her face was calm, but she was a little worried in her heart. Unlike the Ji family who had blind confidence in Ji Chang's, she was completely sober and pretended to be blind, but she had no confidence in Ji Chang's at all. Even if he really followed his father and just read a few books, how could he help the third son-in-law? After all, third sister Ji was her daughter, and she couldn't help but worry that Ji Chang's would be lazy again, making the third son-in-law's leader unhappy, and in turn causing trouble for her son-in-law. This daughter-in-law's family is not strong enough. What if the son-in-law has some objections? In addition, I heard that someone came to inquire about Ji Chang's daily life. Aunt Ji's third wife echoed the blind optimism of other Ji family members. To be honest, she really admired the ignorant confidence of the rest of her family. When the Ji family heard that someone came to inquire about Ji Chang's personality, Aunt Ji's first concern was whether her nephew had gotten into some trouble outside and whether it was okay or not, whether he could be fished out. She even thought about how she would persuade the elderly Grandma Ji to feel at ease when she was too worried about her grandchildren. The results of it? Grandma Ji Dianping raised the possibility, I heard that people will be sent to check the details before joining the party. Did our family leader Zi do well where Qi Bing worked? So the country wants him to join the party. Aunt Ji. What are you thinking about? When joining the party, you will also be asked how long you sleep a day. Do you know how difficult it is to join the party? Previously, the brigade cotters said that the country would only select the best comrades to join the party. Nagasawa, it's not that she looks down on this nephew, she thinks it would be nice if he didn't become the worst. However, everyone was listening to the matter of selecting the best candidate for joining the party. Grandma Ji and her grandson had a genius in their eyes, so I believe others would not be so blind. I thought other people would raise objections, but it turned out not to be the case at all. Uncle Ji, then our Nagasawa is a party member, so it should be easy to find a wife. Second Aunt Ji, speaking of daughters-in-law, there is a daughter in the East Village who is very down-to-earth and capable. If Nagasawa becomes a party member, let's mention it and they might agree. Uncle Ji, it is not enough to be down-to-earth and hard-working. Nagasawa likes good-looking people. If he joins the party, he will have more candidates to choose from. We will choose slowly and find him someone who is down-to-earth, hard-working, and good-looking. As a result, the family happily discussed what kind of wife Ji Changs should choose in the future, which village to look for, how to prepare the betrothal gift, etc. Aunt Ji-san, who seemed to be in a different world from them. Wait, are you just acquiescing that Nagasawa is good enough to join the party? Is it just because he is a genius? At that moment, Aunt Ji was in a warm home, but she felt like she was alone. Such an excellent me is no longer in tune with you. Recalling the previous despair, Aunt Ji felt a little melancholy. While working, she worked hard and imagined in her mind how to solve the problem if Ji Changs really got into trouble, how to get the person out, how to appease the family, how to lead the whole family to make a comeback. Oh no, their family has never made a comeback. Just as she was thinking about it, her mother came over. Although her mother was angry and ran away last time, there is no overnight feud between mother and daughter. Besides, Grandma Ji is now generous and asked Aunt Ji's second and third aunts to bring a lot of fish to their parents' family. The third aunt and her mother ate the fish sent by her daughter and felt soft. As soon as I learned that something happened to the Ji family, I immediately became worried. Daughter, I heard that Ji Changs caused trouble outside, and comrades from the military came to inquire about him. What are you going to do? If he is really caught, your family will have a problem. What will you do in the future? Aunt Ji-san's heart softened. She was about to say, Mom, you are indeed my mother. We are worried about each other. She was asking her mother for advice, when she heard her mother say seriously, how about this? If something happens to his family and you divorce your man and come back to live with your parents, the third girl will not be affected by your household registration. Aunt Ji-san choked and swallowed what she just said. Divorce is impossible. She and her man are living well, and even if they become a problematic family, she will not divorce them. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Nagasawa was called to help by Sanyetu and her man, and Qi Bing works in a national unit. Doesn't it mean that there are spies from other countries in our country? Maybe every new one will be check it out like this. It's okay for you to be like Ji Changs and join Qi Bing's unit. Even the sweepers in other national units have to be diligent. How could he get in? Didn't you also believe your husband's lies? My daughter, I'm with you. You said, you have to plan for yourself, don't be like your husband's family, What a genius Ji Chang's is, you are the smartest among your sisters and brothers, how come you become stupid after getting married? Aunt Ji. She doesn't want to be stupid, isn't it? There's nothing she can do about it? Even though there are countless moms in her heart, facing her own mother who is worried about her, Aunt Ji still has to swallow a mouthful of old blood and continue to pretend to be stupid. No, Mom, you don't understand Nagasawa, he is really smart. Nagaze is doing things for the country. I believe he will be successful one day. Anyway, as long as others' heads fall to the ground. Perhaps Nagasawa has made some great contributions, and the country wants him to be a leader, so some military comrades come to inquire. After all, a leader must have a clean foundation. Aunt Ji's words made her teeth sore. Naturally, the same was true for her mother, who looked at her daughter with an expression filled with unspeakable complexity. To sum it up in one sentence, after the game, my daughter will never recover. Just as Aunt Ji was about to say more, a huge roar suddenly came from the distance. Everyone who was working was startled and looked up. I saw motorcycles approaching one after another, the cars stopped, Ji Chang's jumped out of the car, and a military comrade followed him down and gave him a hand in a good manner. Ji Chang's looked proud and proud. When he saw Grandma Ji running towards him from a distance, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Milk. I have made contributions to the country. The country has sent comrades in the military to protect me. They call me Chief. Aunt Ji. Other people. Aunt Ji-san and her mother were shocked and looked at her daughter, girl. Aunt Ji, Mom, please listen to my explanation. Her mother didn't listen and held her daughter's hand, my mother knew it. You are the smartest one. The confused Aunt Ji said, I'm not, I didn't. Yes. Mom knows, Mom understands, but I didn't know you before, so I said, how could my good daughter become blind all of a sudden? It's not that you are blind, it's that we all saw it wrong. You are indeed my smartest child. Aunt Ji-san, who has always firmly believed that Ji Chang's is not a genius because of his lack of knowledge and skills, but is forced to integrate into the family and has to tell everyone Ji Chang's is a genius without conscience. No one told her what to do if Ji Chang's really became a genius. She turned her head blankly and found that when the people around her heard the noise and looked over, they looked at her like her mother. Full of admiration and understanding for smart people. No wonder Aunt Ji, who has always been clever, suddenly fell in love with Ji Chang's. It turned out that she discovered that he was really a genius. Just say, she is quite smart, how could she be blind? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 182. Aunt Ji was still confused when she saw Ji Chang say something to Grandma Ji, then turned around and picked up two little girls from the back of the motorcycle riding two other soldiers. She froze. The people next to me were also wondering, what's going on? Why did you bring two children back? These two kids seem to have something wrong with their legs. Shall we go take a look? Aunt Ji-san and her mother also frowned and stared at the two children from a distance. The more they looked at them, the more they frowned. Daughter, why do they look like 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds? If it's not like, then it's her 4 and 5. Aunt Ji burst into tears and her mind went blank. She ran directly to her two daughters without caring about anything. She knelt down and looked at them with trembling hands. What's going on? What are you wearing? Legs, what's wrong? Why are you so thin? Grandma Ji had just listened to her grandson's brief explanation of what happened, and now her eyes were red when she saw what the mother and daughter wanted to see. Take the child back first, it's too hot outside, and then it will make the child uncomfortable. Ji Chang's picked up one of the children, and Aunt Ji quickly picked up the other carefully. Feeling that her 8-year-old daughter weighed less than she did when she was 5, she cried even harder. The person she was hugging was her sister, Mantu. As long as she could remember, Mantu had rarely been hugged so cherished by others. She vaguely remembered that her uncle and aunt also hugged them when they first met them. Unfortunately, she was later carried out of the G family. After getting out of sight, he put them on the ground and asked them to leave on their own. Later, he was sold to human traffickers and sent to a begging organization. Since these people can break the legs of children to control them, they naturally do not have such leisure and gentleness. Later, it was Ji Chang's who claimed to be their brother. His body was clean and there seemed to be a scent of soap locust. When he picked them up, he was careful to avoid their injured legs and was gentle. Aunt Ji, like him, also moved slowly, as if she was afraid of scaring them. She knew that the child who was sent out at such a young age would probably not remember her, and she was afraid that her daughter would not recognize her, so she tried her best to talk to her gently with a choked voice. "I am mother, do you still remember me? When you were children, very clingy, mom always calls me after me, and helps me get things. When I go to work, you guys sit under the tree and play by yourself, remember?" She didn't remember the steamed buns she was talking about, but she seemed to be able to imagine the scene through her mother's description. Because the two girls who had been sent out were now in a state of embarrassment and with broken legs, the atmosphere of the G family's return was very heavy. Although others wanted to go up and find out what was going on, seeing them like this, they didn't go up at this time. "Excuse me, I just stretched my neck and watched them go away with a look of puzzlement and curiosity." At this time, the effect of Ji Chang's shout when he got out of the car appeared. No one thought wildly, did Ji Chang's get into trouble again? Instead, they all made guesses based on the current situation. "Those are Si Ya and Wu Ya, right? The Ji family gave them to others to raise two girls before. I remember they were the daughters of the third wife." "It seems so. Their appearance doesn't seem to have changed much. They are darker and thinner. What are they wearing? Isn't the family that took them away rich? Why did they just wear these clothes? The leg is also broken, and it's still clamped with a wooden board. What's going on?" Not only did they have questions, the G family members who hurried back after hearing the news were also confused when they looked at Si Ya Wu Ya, who was thin and frail and covered with scars. "What's going on?" Seeing that her younger siblings were wiping the faces of the two girls, Aunt Ji quickly went up to help. Uncle Ji didn't know what was going on and subconsciously looked at his third brother. Uncle Ji looked at his two daughters who had obviously suffered a lot, with an expression on his face. He was as blue as ever. Ji Chang stood up and told the story. The Ji family immediately became angry. "What the hell? When we took Si Ya and Wei away, we promised to treat them as our biological daughters. Is this how they treat their biological daughters? If you don't want 4 or 5, just give it back to us. Why are you doing this to two children?" Uncle Ji, who was always honest, stood up suddenly with a dark face, picked up the hoe in the corner and walked out. "You son of a bitch. I'll kill them." Seeing his brother like this, Uncle Ji followed him without thinking. "Third brother. I'll go with you. Second and third uncles don't have to go. They have already sent me to the police station. They will have to stay there for at least a few years before I can come out." Ji Chang shouted and stopped his two uncles. "The most important thing now is to cure Si Ya and Wei's leg injuries. They are young and have not yet been finalized, so they should be able to be cured." The two girls, who had been sitting quietly and letting Aunt Ji's second and third aunt wipe their faces, held hands tightly. When they found out that the Ji family did not dislike them, but their faces were filled with distress, and they were even willing to find someone to settle the score for them. After that, their bodies that had been tense since entering a strange place slowly relaxed. Ji Chang's turned around, touched their heads, and asked in a low voice, "Does Si Ya and Wu Ya have names?" "Have." Si Ya was more courageous than her sister. She took a careful look at her brother and then said timidly, my name is Steamed Bun, and her name is Rice Porridge. Steamed Bun? Rice Porridge? This name is a bit hasty even in the eyes of the G family, who still call their daughters Ya, Ya, and San Ya. It was rare for Grandma G to be gentle towards people other than her grandchildren. She softened her voice and asked her two granddaughters in a soft voice, "Who got these two names for you?" Steamed Bun shrank a little, but after taking a look at Ji Chang's, he felt less afraid and whispered, "That's what I thought. Hey, the four of us, no, our steamed buns are really smart, and we can even pick out names. Your sisters were not as smart as you when they were your age." Grandma G suddenly felt excited when she heard that it was her idea. Bravely. Then let's eat steamed buns and rice porridge in the evening. Grandma will make big white steamed buns and white rice porridge for you. Then kill a chicken, 2 chicken legs for each of you today. We will make chicken soup for the remaining chicken tomorrow. Our steamed buns and rice, you should be rewarded for being so good. Facts have proved that her years of life have not been in vain. With just a few words, the two granddaughters, who were still nervous at first, relaxed their vigilance and looked closer to her, a loving grandmother. Come on, from the second child's house, you go boil some water and prepare a bath for steamed bun rice congee. From the third child's house, go and find if there are any clothes at home for a girl as big as steamed bun rice congee. If not, go and get them. The egg is exchanged with the next door. Grandma G smiled, not as heavy as others, but with a very relaxed look. Steamed buns and rice porridge, be good, take a warm bath comfortably in a while, and after the bath, your hair will be dry after dinner, Grandma will cook for you. Tomorrow, I will take you to the city to buy nice clothes. Seeing her two granddaughters nodding, she looked at Aunt G, who was standing there blankly. Second brother, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you bring steamed buns and rice porridge to take a bath? Second brother, you go for a run. Come on, bring Dr. Lu over to look at the legs of our rice porridge buns. Third child, you go to the captain and ask for leave. Tomorrow you and your wife will go to the city with me to buy clothes. Obviously, the expressions of the two girls became more relaxed after they discovered that Grandma G, who looked kindly to them, was giving orders to the rest of the G family with the attitude of "I am the boss of the family and everyone must obey me." Rather than being overwhelmed by the whole family being nice to them, the two sisters, who have lived outside for a long time, are more accustomed to having a boss, Grandma G, commanding everyone to be nice to them in a strong manner. They obediently were carried away one by Aunt G, and their expressions were no longer as hasty as before. In the little child's heart, it is obvious that Aunt G listens to Grandma G's words. Since Grandma G asked her to take good care of them, this strange second aunt will definitely not go against her will. After seeing the two girls being carried away, Grandma G breathed out. Ji Chang's, who had already understood clearly next to her, gave her a thumbs up and let out a wave of rainbow farts. Miscellaneous, as expected of you, you are really good at it. Of course, I can always coax children, as long as I want, there is no child that I can't coax. As she spoke, she glanced at her son and daughter-in-law who were still out of state, and frowned in disgust. Okay, why are you still standing there? Why don't you just do what I just said? Ah, okay. The second generation of the G family then hurriedly left. With Grandma G taking the lead, Ji Chang's also relaxed. In the evening, the family sat in the yard, steamed buns and rice porridge on chairs with backrests to prevent them from sitting unsteadily due to their injured legs. Grandma G was still partial at the dinner table this time, but the favored object changed from Ji Chang's to the two granddaughters who had just returned home. Here, 1 chicken drumstick for each person. Grandma stewed this drumstick with potatoes. It tastes good. It's especially delicious when paired with steamed buns. Ji Chang's took a steamed bun to eat. He saw his uncles and aunts all staring at them as if they were afraid that the steamed buns and rice porridge would run away in the blink of an eye. He didn't even notice that the two little girls who had just returned home were being stared at by them. Stiff and afraid to move. He swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth and advised, "Uncle and Aunt, hurry up and eat. After eating, I will tell you about what I did in the research institute." After finishing picking up chicken legs for her poor granddaughter, Grandma G glared at her son and daughter-in-law. "Why are you so stunned? Eat quickly. If you don't want to eat, go out and work for me." Grandma G's prestige at home is not ordinary. As soon as she spoke, the four of them hurriedly ate the rice porridge in their bowls, no matter how much they wanted to stare at it. The two whitewashed girls also put on clean clothes. Each of them had two pigtails braided. They were dressed like the city girls they had envied before. The girl looked at the chicken drumsticks brought to her bowl and swallowed her saliva. "I want to eat but don't dare." When he carefully looked up at the people on the table and found that no one else had noticed them but were eating their own food, he breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the bowl and started eating without raising his head. When they bit into the tender chicken leg meat, their eyes became hot, and big tears fell silently into the rice porridge. The chicken legs are so delicious. It turns out this is what it feels like to be at home. It turned out that their family members also cared about them and were willing to give them their only two chicken legs. Ji Chang's found two little girls crying while eating. He didn't make a sound and just ate his food silently. Brother Jun and the police who were left to eat were sitting at the table that Grandma Ji had set up for them. At this moment, they all looked at Ji Chang's with the same goal. The military buddies want to make sure that the person they protect is under their noses at all times, while the police are simply curious about what kind of state this boss who can make so many good things is like at home. Ji Chang's ate 3 or 4 large white steamed buns in one go, and drank 3 large bowls of porridge before putting down his chopsticks. Before they could say, "Comrade Ji is really good at eating," Ji Chang's went to the kitchen and took 2 more steamed buns. Finished chewing. After finishing eating, he ran to the big vat at the door of the kitchen to take a look. After reading it, he asked regretfully, "Nai, why do we only have so much rice? This is not enough for me to eat for a week." A police comrade who just got up to put down the dishes glanced at the rice vat subconsciously. This rice is enough for him to eat for several months, but it is not enough for Comrade G to eat for a week. "Comrade G, this is so edible. I discovered another difference between geniuses and ordinary people. The rest of the G family is used to it. After all, Ji Chang's is famous for being able to eat but not do anything. He usually tries his best to be lazy. When he is lazy, he eats when he has nothing to do, and when he has nothing to do, he eats. Gradually, his appetite increases. The bigger you get, the more you eat, but you still don't gain weight." Grandma Ji, who has always loved her eldest grandson, didn't even think about it. "This year's rice harvest is not good, so this is all I can get. I will go to the city tomorrow, so I will buy some with the remaining food stamps, but there are not many food stamps now, so I probably can't exchange them. How much can I stew potatoes with my future milk?" Ji Chang sighed, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Okay then, just eat potatoes. I'll put more fish in the potatoes when you stew them." I was cherishing the steamed buns and rice porridge that I was eating. When I heard that there was not enough food at home, I stopped my chopsticks hesitantly. Steamed bun whispered, "Grandma, I'm full." Me porridge also followed timidly and said, "Rice porridge is full too." They finally have a home, but they don't want their family to go hungry. Anyway, when they were begging, they ate very little every day. From now on, they would only eat a little bit every day to save food for the family. No matter how smart they are just children. An adult can guess what they are thinking at a glance. Seeing the two children sitting obediently and refusing to take another bite, the hearts of the Ji family almost melted into a ball. Ji Chang strode forward and gave each of the two children a not-so-painful blow to their heads. "What are you thinking? You two have little bird stomachs and you can't eat much even if you're full. The reason why the family doesn't have enough food is because my brother is so good at eating. Hurry up, eat well. If you don't eat enough, you will get sick easily. If you eat enough, you will grow up faster. If you eat enough and drink enough, you will be able to earn money to buy food when you grow up. Seeing that the two children were so confused that they quickly picked up their bowls and continued to eat, Ji Chang's leaned against a tree in the center of the yard with a confused look on his face. Why is there not enough food? The military guys who were sitting upright put down their chopsticks when they heard them saying that there was not enough food. How can we let the chief have no rice to cook? Such talents should worry about national affairs, scientific research results, and whether they have enough food to eat. Then they are derelict in their duties. Chief, in addition to your salary, you also get food stamps, and there are quite a lot of them. It's just that your food stamps are sent directly from the capital, so it will take some time. When the food stamps arrive in a few days, you can don't worry anymore. Ji Chang's did not relax his eyebrows because of what they said. He still looked puzzled. We are obviously very diligent, especially me, who is simply the most diligent person in the village. How come our family still doesn't have enough food to eat? G family members. Army brother. The comrades in the police had only been with Comrade G for a short time and did not quite understand the nature of his laziness. They felt quite distressed after hearing these words. This year is the dry season, so it is normal for the harvest to be poor. There is nothing we can do about it. We ordinary people are originally it depends on the sky. Ji Chang's, as expected, we still need artificial rainfall. Where are my tools? By the way, my tools were left at the police station. No, I remember that last year the weather was good, but my family still didn't have enough food. This matter is very confusing. With an expression on his face that said, I have discovered a mysterious and unsolved mystery, he opened his fingers and counted them one by one. You see, our family members are all hardworking and have never missed a day, and I often go there. During the Tooth Festival on the mountain, our family could still catch fish and eat bird eggs, but in the end, we still didn't have enough food to eat. That's weird, right? It's so weird, so weird. Ji Chang's walked in circles in the yard. Don't you think I'm a genius? Why can't geniuses even solve this problem? Why are we so diligent, but we still don't have enough to eat? After hearing what he said, everyone had dark expressions on their faces. Uncle G, maybe, it's just you, cough cough cough. As he was talking, he noticed that his mother was staring at him eagerly, so he quickly changed his words. That's right, it's just that we ate too much. More? Where is the excess? Isn't this the amount for adults? 5 or 6 steamed buns and 3 bowls of rice porridge. Others, no, we can't eat that much, only you can eat this amount. Ji Chang's came to a conclusion with a this is the truth expression on his face. So, the rice production is too small. He sighed, this year's rice is not good. Why is it so useless? It's just a small harvest. If it can have a bumper harvest, our family won't have to worry about not having enough rice. Other people. Rice is so innocent. People grow it honestly and produce a lot of fruit, but just because you eat too much, you are labeled as not good. Isn't rice shameless? Even Brother June, who has always had a filter for Ji Chang's, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. When he was thinking about how to tactfully tell the chief don't think about it, you just ate too much without affecting the chief's face, just listen to Chief G's change of subject. So, we have to find a way to breed rice with high yield. If ordinary rice can produce 50 kilograms per mu, then we will breed rice that can produce hundreds of kilograms per mu. These words were so loud that even the military buddies who had never heard of such a thing couldn't help but feel shaken. If such rice can really be cultivated, then the people in China who are still struggling to have enough food and clothing will no longer have to go hungry. You don't have to eat hot and spicy food, as long as you can eat enough, as long as you can eat enough. The military buddies who were happy with the picture of imagining that all Chinese people would no longer have to go hungry were excited. Chief, your idea is really great. Ji Chang's, aha. When it is cultivated, I will eat 8 bowls of rice a day. Army brother. Ji Chang's, I want to eat noodles. 4 bowls. The military buddies sat down silently. Those intense emotions of excitement, admiration, and wanting to see the other person as a great person just seemed to have gone with the wind along with the 8 bowls of rice and 4 bowls of noodles. Chief, as expected of you. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 183. Even if Ji Chang's starting point is hard to describe, when he wants to complete this matter, military buddies, experts, and even the leaders of Qibing's Research Institute are doing their best to help. After all, Ji Chang's has created one miracle after another. First the great white moth's mortal enemy was bred, then solar panels, then motorcycles, Jiangguan, walkie-talkies. Carrying these things alone is enough to shock people, let alone making them all in an extreme time and placing them in front of them. Little did the Ji family know that on the day the motorcycle Jiangguan's walkie-talkie was delivered to the police station, information about all of them and their relationships with relatives and friends had been sent to the capital along with various information about Ji Chang's. At the same time, several soldiers rushed to this ordinary-looking small county town within a few days. They did not show up, but hid in the dark, divided into 4 directions, southeast and northwest, to secretly protect Ji Chang's 24 hours a day. Although no one had told this young talented comrade who could always bring about miracles how high his authority was now, Ji Chang's clearly felt that everything he did now was silky smooth. In the past, when he wanted any parts, comrades from the military would rush to major factories to take out their IDs and ask for various discarded parts, and then they would struggle to find a way to transport them back. On one occasion, in order to transport some relatively large materials back, the military comrades even found a trailer and dragged them back themselves. Previously, I watched Ji Chang slowly piece together a motorcycle, with parts flying all over the floor. The soldier comrade didn't say anything, but his hands never stopped picking up these missing parts everywhere. But now it's different. When Ji Chang said he wanted XXX, military comrades were very generous. He was able to get a batch of brand new XXX on the same day. He was so generous and proudly waved his hand. Chief, you can use it. These are brand new and guaranteed to be useful. If you want anything else, just tell me and I'll arrange it for you right away. Very good. Looking at his poor man's suddenly rich behavior, Ji Chang's guessed that he should have been protected by the father of the country. Although China is still relatively poor, it is still a country after all. With the support of the entire country, Ji Chang's is floating. He spoke very rudely and made several long lists. As he listened to Ji Chang's words and recorded them, the proud and confident expressions on the faces of the military comrades gradually disappeared. It wasn't until Ji Chang's finished talking that he asked cautiously, I need all of these. Ji Chang's affirmed, both of them. Brother Jun, aren't you studying rice? These and those things don't look like studying rice. The young, talented researcher who was carefully protected by the state was very confident, I didn't say I only studied rice. I said before that I wanted to study artificial rainfall and airplanes. Now it's okay. Artificial rainfall requires airplanes. It's just right to study them together. You think it's a coincidence or not? Brother Jun. He had only heard of someone who researched one technology for 3 years, but he had never seen someone like Ji Chang's who researched 3 technologies at the same time. Wouldn't it be good to study 3 projects at once like this? As the saying goes, you can't bite off more than you can chew. If you bite off more than you can chew, how do you know if you've chewed it before you chew it? Maybe others can't chew it, but I chewed it and chewed it. Brother June. Forget it, you are a genius, you have the final say. Anyway, there are projects that have been studied for several years or even more than 10 years but still have not produced results. Ji Chang's previous achievements are enough for him to fly. Just when Ji Chang's locked himself in the research institute and indulged in studying delicious food every day, the situation outside was gradually changing. At the beginning, the country just started to promote solar power generation and extend solar power generation to rural areas. At first, the common people were a little afraid and resistant to the legend that they could generate electricity by just basking in the sun. After all, it was something they had never come across before. But after they knew that the country wanted them to use it, they rushed to use it one by one. It can be said that China's current technological development cannot keep up with other countries, but in terms of national cooperation, it can really leave behind most countries. Gradually, the common people discovered how useful the solar panels were. It allowed them to cook without burning firewood. After installing electric lamps and other gadgets, they could light candles that hurt their eyes at night. Just pull the cord gently. The light bulb will light up, and the room will be bright without choking. By no longer wasting time acquiring resources like firewood, they would be free to do other tasks. Later, the BB machine appeared. Unlike the history of its original development, it is not so expensive, so you can still buy it if you bite the bullet. Then, China began to vigorously crack down on pornography and criminal gangs, with a special emphasis on cracking down on human traffickers. The police stations in every city welcomed handsome and eye-catching black riders, and police comrades who needed to go out for operations also had electric batons and walkie-talkie. With these, it is not surprising that the police have the upper hand in the fight against criminals. For a time, the scene of police comrades wearing uniforms and helmets, with electric batons hanging on the left side of their waists and a small bag hanging on the right side, riding in black cavalry and whizzing through the streets, became a scene in every city in China. Scene. The Black Knight has gradually become synonymous with the police comrades. It has to be said that although everyone respected the police comrades in the past, since the police comrades have been linked to the Black Knight, and they are considered handsome, they want to become policemen. The number of young people working as police officers has greatly increased, and more girls want to start families with police comrades. Many criminals have been suppressed and disappeared. In the past, because these criminals were like centipede insects, even if the police tried to arrest them, they would always let 1 or 2 escape and retaliate afterwards. People did not dare to report them. I also became bolder. Reporting criminals is a just thing. Do criminals dare to retaliate? In broad daylight, there are black riders patrolling the streets every day. Who dares to be so arrogant? If the black riders don't chase them 10 streets on motorcycles, then drag them back with a Jingu and Corona, they will be sentenced to death. People are not afraid. And they are proud of it. After having a common enemy with the country, all kinds of criminals, their confidence is unprecedentedly high. I heard that their walkie-talkies are a technology that is not available abroad, and they want to spend money to buy them from China. Well, why do foreigners want to buy it? It's not that the police comrades in our country are envious of us, but they are not. Can the police comrades in their country have such a strong sense of security that they can chase down 8 streets just to catch a thief? Most Chinese people do not know what is going on in foreign countries, but this does not prevent them from knowing that their country has become better. Living in such a country that is getting better and better, they naturally hope that they can get better and better, and actively report anyone who will hold the country back. In a small county town, there is still gossip that because the traffickers abducted the chief's sister, the chief noticed these criminals. One day in a certain place, a young student bought a newspaper and went home. His family came from a cotter family. Although it was not a wealthy family, it did have enough food and clothing. Influenced by his highly educated parents, he studied hard and his efforts paid off. His grades were among the best in the class and he was a role model for his classmates. As a child of a cotter family, he can save money to buy books and newspapers. After being elected as class president at the beginning of this year, he observed the financial status of his classmates and found that most of the students still had no money. He could buy a newspaper and read it, so every time he bought a newspaper, he volunteered to stand on the podium and read the contents of the newspaper during the break. His move received an enthusiastic response from his classmates. Everyone affectionately called this activity class leader's newspaper. Even the teacher praised his behavior of sharing the content of the newspaper with everyone. Even several teachers would give it a try at this time. Go into the classroom and listen to him read. The young student was very happy that he could let other students know the content of the newspaper and share the joy of the country's growth. However, after being excited for a while at the beginning, he gradually became uncomfortable. It's not that he doesn't want to read newspapers anymore, but he gradually discovered that although the country also strives to give some happy results in newspapers, as his knowledge becomes wider and wider, he can also find more and more that the country has experienced the scientific research results achieved through hard work, and hard work have actually been available abroad for a long time. It felt so powerless that they were trying so hard to catch up, but they were only catching up with technologies that others had long since eliminated. He was even so frustrated that he could no longer concentrate on his studies as usual. He still often came to listen to the squad leader's report. A teacher discovered something was wrong with him, talked to him sincerely, encouraged and comforted him, and then he regained his composure. Even so, every time he thought about the country catching up with XX technology, he still couldn't help but feel depressed all morning. But recently the state has become less and less common. He found that the country gradually began to publish scientific research results that were not available in other countries. A certain country has been researching solar panels for a long time without any results. The white moth, a pest that a certain country had no control over, was conquered by our country. My country implements artificial rainfall. Our country has developed a mobile phone that allows people to talk even though they are thousands of miles apart. Our country has the first stealth aircraft. Although it is not the first country to develop it, technically, its stealth capability far exceeds that of a certain country. One by one, every time he read out the words, he couldn't help but get so excited that his voice involuntarily amplified and became passionate and eager. The classmates and teachers did not think he was too noisy, but they also became excited. Whenever he finished reading, everyone would applaud warmly to celebrate and happily discuss what kind of technology is needed. These things are not available abroad. Our country is really topics such as working hard to become stronger. But on this day, when he got the newspaper and saw the contents, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that there were no flowers, he stared at a line of large characters in the newspaper, reluctant to move for a long time. On this day, he did not wait until the morning class was over before standing on the podium as usual. Instead, as soon as he arrived in the classroom, he immediately went to the podium. The students entered the classroom one by one, and no one was late. Everyone cherished the opportunity to learn. When they found that he actually got to the podium early today, everyone looked puzzled. Finally, all the students arrived. The teacher entered the classroom with his books and was a little surprised when he found him on the podium. However, he did not go up to chase the person down. Instead, with his expression mixed with surprise and dreaminess, he also moved a chair and sat in the back. "Classmates, I want to tell you some good news." His voice was trembling, but he no longer cared about it. Looking at the curious eyes of the students below, he waved the newspaper in his hand and pointed to a line of big words on it. Our country has developed a type of rice that can produce high yields. Now it has been confirmed through experiments that its yield per mu is 16 times higher than that of ordinary rice. Do you know what this is? Ordinary rice yields 50 kilograms per mu, but this kind of high-yielding rice can yield 800 kilograms per mu. As long as this kind of rice is promoted nationwide, our country will welcome with a good harvest, our people will not be hungry. We can even use the remaining food to produce resources to build the motherland. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He looked like he wanted to stand on the table and shout. However, no one criticized him for this inappropriate behavior because other students and even the teacher became excited after hearing what he said. Unstoppable cheers sounded in the classroom. These students, who work hard to learn knowledge every day, are more aware of the country's difficulties than ordinary Chinese. Aren't Chinese people diligent? No, they are very diligent, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. They are willing to be in the fields every day, and they are willing to seize all the time to work to support their parents and children. Do Chinese people demand too much? No, most Chinese people only want enough food and clothing. But after the war, even though the country was working hard to build, even though the Chinese people were working hard, they couldn't have enough to eat. No matter how hard they work, they can't harvest enough food to feed their whole family. Even among the students sitting in the bright church, some of their families cannot afford to put food on the table. Most of them rely on state subsidies to study all the way, hoping to change their families and the country through their own efforts. This everyone. They firmly believe that as long as the country becomes strong, their families and fellow countrymen will no longer have to endure the pain of hunger. At the same time, they also know clearly how important it is for all the people in a country to have enough food and clothing, and how extraordinary it is for a country to have food that can feed its people and even export it. But now, the country says, "Don't be afraid, we will never be hungry again." Tears fell like rain. Although he is less than 40 years old, the teacher with gray hair on his head has red eyes. He is immature, because the poor student who stays up all night to study every day and takes all the time to study wipes his eyes with two big dark circles. The student from a cotter family who had never been hungry but clearly understood the significance of high-yielding rice burst into tears. This day is no less than a carnival for people across the country. The country did not just briefly say we have cultivated such and such a thing, and how it can be done as before, but used a lot of space to describe in detail the country's plans to promote high-yielding rice throughout the country and teach how can the village officials make these rice grow well, and what kind of yield can they bring after they mature. How much rice can feed a family of 4 for a long time. The country stood up and told all citizens loudly and proudly. Chinese. The country promises you. There will no longer be children crying out for food but not enough to eat. There will no longer be old people who can't work worrying about wasting their family's food and drowning themselves in rivers. No more pregnant women will miscarry their children because they don't have enough to eat. No more strong laborers will fall in the fields without enough nutrition. Even ordinary farmers who are illiterate and do not understand national affairs can realize after listening to this that the hard days of their Chinese people are over. In the midst of the national carnival, Ji Chang's was lying on the old man's chair that he had made by himself, eating fragrant rice freshly made in the laboratory. After eating 4 large bowls of rice with red sun-dried meat, he put down the bowl with satisfaction and burped. Looking at Brother June next to him, who was staring at his belly with worrying whether the country's precious egg would be burst, he looked proud and proud. "Look, I'll just say it." Brother June, who was mentally considering whether to get something appetizing to soothe this man, didn't react. "Ah. What?" The cotters who were rushing to commend this great treasure who had made great contributions to the country saw as soon as they pushed in the door that their great treasure, who the country wanted to hold in its hands and worship religiously, had "ITEMU" written all over his face. "DI is really smart and resourceful." Ji Chang's patted his belly with satisfaction. I just said that if there is not enough rice, that is not the problem of the rice eaters, it is definitely the problem of the rice. You see, now the problem is solved. Facts have proved that what I said is right. It's just a matter of rice. Hey, I really deserve to be a genius. By the way, the computer you helped me get back is too big, wasteful of parts, and difficult to move. I want all the police stations to have co-criminals and lose the child's information. It's so annoying. I think there's something wrong with this computer. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 184. Not long after he came out of seclusion, Ji Chang's plunged into the problematic computer modification. It's really time to dive in. After all, today's computers are big enough to accommodate a bunch of people. Because he was determined not to change places, such as going to the capital, saying that his family was here, and his sister and brother-in-law's jobs were also here, so he was unwilling to leave this small county town, which was originally a humble town. The county seat has become one of the top 3 in terms of security in the country. Not to mention that there are no big brothers wandering around the streets like before, not even a petty theft. The Black Knights can't wait to patrol the streets 8 times a day, and the common people have all turned into brave warriors. Sometimes when a thief pops out on the street, there is no need for the Black Knights to rush over. The residents themselves will beat him up and send him to the police station. This kind of good thing becomes less and less as time goes by. Some people have developed the ability to listen in all directions on the street. If they encounter any petty theft, a group of people will rush in for fear of falling behind. Can't catch people in time. This is not because their sense of justice is too overwhelming, but because in order to commend these brave and good comrades, the police department specially customized armbands with the style of the Black Riders. Every time a common person does something good, they will send one out per person. After all, Comrade G now lives next to the police station. There is not much else there, and there are a lot of various parts, materials, and tools. Making armbands out of discarded materials is simply trivial. The common people did not dislike the small size of this armband at all. After getting it, they all wanted to raise their heads to the sky. Is this an armband? This is a symbol of honor. This is a reward for their bravery. With these armbands, people look at them with respect when they walk on the street. When their grandchildren go out to play, they will be envied by a bunch of children, and the whole family will take advantage of them. Therefore, when the entire county has not encountered a single petty theft in the past 3 months, the residents of this county feel regretful. Later, it was 4 months, 5 months, and half a year. Finally, more than half a year later, when the residents had long been accustomed to a life of not picking up leftovers on the street and keeping their homes open at night, a group of thieves from out of town quietly came to this small county town. Each one of them was a little disgraced, full of frustration and annoyance, and a little confused about their future life. This group of people originally lived in big cities. Although big cities are strictly controlled, there are many people. They commit crimes in groups, are cautious, and run away after stealing things. They just rely on their ability to steal things to make a good living. Life is going beautifully. The policemen who used to rely on their legs to chase people don't know what happened, but they are all equipped with motorcycles. The car was so tall and handsome that even 10 cows could not catch up with it. It was easy to catch the thief. They were caught off guard. When they committed another crime, several brothers were caught and taken to the police station. The thieves couldn't figure it out. The car looked so expensive, so how could every police officer in the police station have one? After that, their lives became difficult, and they no longer dared to be as rampant as before, stealing things cautiously. Originally, although it was not as smooth as before, it was still possible. However, as the police became more and more equipped, they arrested people more and more fiercely. The brothers went in one by one, and by the time these two, oh my god, my well-informed colleagues said that their country seems to be holding some kind of conference, and people from other countries will also come to attend. The police will definitely crack down on such a serious place. Especially in the city, they are the place to report such and such meetings. The police are already very strict, and now they don't even let a mouse go. The remaining thieves panicked after hearing this, and after discussing it together, they finally decided to give in. When the time comes, foreigners will come to big cities, and the country will be very strict in order not to lose face in front of these outsiders. Good. Then move the location. Stop squatting in big cities and find a small place. The boss of the thieves feels that he is still somewhat wise. As the saying goes, poor mountains and harsh waters breed unruly people. In other words, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and a big city cannot control a remote small city. Moreover, the police in big cities have the money to equip themselves with motorcycles, but they won't be available in small places like this. At that time, it's not just about stealing whatever they want. Thinking like this, these thieves realized that they had no plan at all, so they happily bought train tickets and changed trains several times along the way before arriving at the small county town they were optimistic about. They didn't just pick anyone randomly, but carefully selected them. First of all, you must choose a remote place that is beyond the control of the capital. Then, although the land is small, people cannot be too poor, otherwise they will steal from a bunch of poor people. After such a screening, the small county where Jichang's was located was selected by them. It's remote and small, but the farmland here was previously selected as a super rice experimental field, and it was also the first place to grow super rice. The people here are definitely richer than the people in other small places. Simply perfect. And they also found that the awareness of anti-theft here is very poor. People just put money in their pockets when walking on the street. When buying groceries, they take out all the money. There are no broken glass shards on the windows to prevent theft. It was even dusk, and many people on the street had left their doors unlocked. This is simply a thief's paradise. So, on the first night when the group arrived, they happily started checking out the spots. The first step every day is to find a soft persimmon. What could be a softer persimmon than the ordinary inhabitants of China? They skillfully entered a family. The male head of the family was the one who took out a lot of money when buying groceries during the day. Since he always carries so much money when buying groceries, the family must have more money. While I was rummaging around, a certain thief accidentally made a sound. A voice was heard leaving the house. Who is it? The boss thief took his time and gestured to his younger brothers, then took out a handful of BISH0U and stared at the bedroom door. The door opened, and the male host looked at them sleepily. Host, huh? A group of thieves standing opposite were professionally dressed, tall, with big eyes, and holding breasts in their hands. They sneered wildly, "Brother, we are just here to steal something. You'd better not move. As long as you cooperate, it will be fine, but if you cooperate, the family will have to be careful when going out in the future." The male host shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come here quickly. There is a thief in my house. Come here quickly. There is a thief." Thieves who are accustomed to their owners settling for peace after being discovered. No, you just shouted. What's the excitement in your voice? Moreover, is calling someone useful? It was late at night at this time, and it was so cold outside. Even if the neighbors were willing to get up in the middle of the night to help, they still had to wear clothes. By the time the people arrived, they would have already disappeared. Seeing that the man, who was suspected of being mentally disturbed, turned around and picked up a stick, he was eager to step forward with excitement on his face. Behind him, several sons in his family were also screaming and picking up tools and running towards him. "Dad, where is the thief? Where is the thief?" I'm here, Look at my homemade chili sauce. Brother, wait for me, I want to catch the thief too. For a time, the scene was filled with a lively atmosphere of excitement, and anticipation. Thieves? The thief boss, this family seems to have a brain problem, let's evacuate. This was the first time that they were frightened instead of trying to scare someone. Fortunately, although this family has mental problems, in the middle of the night in this winter, even if they want to arrest people, they have to waste time before going out, let alone the neighbors. Those neighbors who want to help may be wearing clothes at home. Where are the clothes? The thieves who pushed open the door came face to face with a group of excited residents holding various tools in their hands. It's a real group. There were at least 20 people in Wanjiang. Some were wearing coats, some were wearing hats, and some were directly surrounded by quilts. This was not the most powerful thing. They watched helplessly as all the houses on the street lit up with lights, and some people hurriedly opened the door and ran here, shouting breathlessly as they ran. I'm not too late. You haven't started arresting people yet. Wait for me and arrest them when I arrive. I'll be here soon. Thieves? Just when they were confused, behind them, the master, the hostess, and their sons opened the door and ran out. The master went over and knocked one of them down with a stick. Boom! I have never seen other thieves beat up so easily and brutally. The male host, everyone saw it. Please help me testify that I defeated this person. Testify. What testimony? Do I still need to testify to catch a thief? The other thieves were confused when they saw a large number of neighbors ahead waving sticks excitedly. Due to the large number of people and the difference in the length of their weapons, they all fell down before they could resist. Because they were wearing uniforms and black clothes, they didn't have to recognize their faces when they hit them. The most annoying thing was that they were all knocked to the ground, and when they were struggling to escape, the familiar and huge roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, motorcycles stopped in front of them, and the police officers got out of the vehicles, smiling with helpless expressions on their faces. Everyone, spread out, spread out. Don't beat us too hard. If the beating is serious, we will have to police. The bureau will pay for the medical expenses. A policeman walked at the front with Jian Guan in his arms. In order to prevent these criminals from counter-attacking again, he shocked them one by one before saying, "Captain, it's safe." The captain lifted up the thief's mask and took a look. "You look strange, no wonder you dare to steal things in our county." He patted the thief. "What do you think? Don't you know that the thieves in our county who were caught moved overnight? It's the thieves who came overnight. Back and forth, our police station hasn't arrested so many people for a long time. Let's interrogate them today. Why do you think they are so obsessed with it? Who doesn't know that our county is famous as a criminal hell, and they dare to run away? We steal things." The residents who had just acted bravely immediately followed up. "Captain Liu, I just arrested someone. I arrested the guy with the tuft of hair on his nose." "Captain, I arrested him too. Look at the one with the ugliest cross eyes. I was the first one to knock him down." A child was wrapped up tightly by his parents and came out to watch the fun. Seeing this situation, he ran over and squatted down with difficulty. Snapped. A soft slap hit one of the thieves on the face. The thief who was slapped for no reason watched helplessly as the kid ran up to the policeman again, claiming credit in a sweet voice. "Uncle policeman, I also beat up the bad guy, and I also want the Black Knight armband." The policeman, dumbfounded, picked up the child and coaxed, "Okay, you have beaten the bad guy too. I will give you an armband later. Remember what you saw today. When you grow up, you must study hard and be a good person to society and the country. Useful people should never do bad things, otherwise they will become like these bad people, you know." The child turned to look at the thieves on the ground, and covered his eyes in disgust. "I know, I must study hard and become a great scientist, So as not to look like bad people, they are too ugly. The thief's vision went dark and he almost fainted. What a broken place this is. Forget about the violent per capita. Forget it even if the police have motorcycles. When a thief appears, they are as happy as if a nugget of gold has been dropped, and they rush up to him and beat him up. This TMUDI has already beaten them up, how can you still humiliate them with their appearance? How bad luck did they have to go through to choose such a poor place? The weak thieves were carried to special criminal vehicles. In fact, it is a cart made into a prison-like shape, with iron chains tied behind two motorcycles and wheels underneath. After the prisoners are locked inside, the policemen ride in front, and the cages carry the mortals, being dragged away from behind. The thieves, who had never seen this operation in big cities, squatted silently in the cage. Along the way, I heard that the police were dispatched in the middle of the night. Many residents opened their doors and windows to see what was going on. Seeing that a bunch of people had been arrested, they all immediately expressed regret. Who did you catch? Was it a thief or a robber or a trafficker? Oh, where was he caught? Why didn't I catch him? This is a pity. I just slept for a short time. If I had known that comrades in the police would arrest people tonight, I would have waited until I went to sleep. Why do these people work so late? I am awake during the day. How far away are I? Everyone rushed over to help. This is what a thief can say about sour grapes, not knowing the time. Have you finished arresting them all? Is there anyone who escaped? I'm fine now. I can definitely help arrest people, Comrade Police. Hey. Comrade Police. Do you still want to help? I'm strong, Jian. It's okay to hit 5, it's not too late to get on the bus now. The police comrade riding a motorcycle came back and said, no, thank you, folks. These thieves are all here. No one is running away. Everyone, go to bed early. Hearing this, the expressions of regret on many people's faces became even heavier. It turned out to be a thief. Really, what's so good about stealing at night? Can't you steal during the day? I don't know which family is so lucky that a thief dares to come to his house. Hey, I also want a thief to come to my house. I even made a trap at home last time. It's a pity that the thieves nowadays are worse than the others. Everyone is as timid as a mouse, and I haven't encountered any of them for more than half a year. The thieves sitting on the cage listening to the regretful voices of these residents. These are all devilish little towns and devilish people. Where is this TMUDI? The two policemen in front who could not drive too fast because they were wearing cages were chatting while riding their motorcycles. I heard that Mr. G has been released from prison. Yesterday, a bunch of people came next door. I listened at the time and it seemed like many experts have arrived, and they said that armed police are coming to protect Comrade G in all aspects. Armed police? I haven't met my comrades in the armed police yet. You must call me when they arrive. I actually wanted to be an armed police officer at the beginning, but unfortunately I didn't pass the exam. Okay, no problem. I guess it will be fast. I heard that people are driving here. It should be pretty fast if you drive. Naturally, these thieves didn't know what the police officers in front were saying. They were struggling not to roll into a ball because of the bumpy road. I didn't forget to mutter a few times, isn't it just a small, broken county? Why do the police here also have motorcycles? What happened to the motorcycle? Even if there is a motorcycle, it is still a small place. Just watch, the place where they lock people up may be easily opened. I tell you, we will pretend to be honest for a while, and then wait until we get there. In the dead of night. As he spoke, the thief took out a piece of wire from his sleeve and winked with a sinister smile on his face, expressing one meaning, do you understand? The other people who understood it in a second also started to get up, and then there was a bump in the road and the wire fell off. A thief who knows how to open doors. Other thieves? It doesn't matter, I still have one. He didn't dare to take it out this time. If he dropped it again, it would really make the sky and the earth inoperable. Finally, amid the bumps that nearly broke my butt into 4 pieces, the car stopped. The thieves relaxed and looked at each other. Brothers, are you ready? Observe the terrain and study the direction. Let's rush out of the police station tonight. No problem, brother, just please. The 2 policemen saw from a distance that a large car had been parked outside the place where Comrade G lived. There were rows of armed police comrades standing around with wooden warehouses, and they suddenly felt happy. They also wanted to watch the excitement, so they drove the car in that direction. As a result, while driving, the car was forced to stop by a comrade from the armed police. The thieves didn't know. They thought it was a normal parking. They were about to raise their heads to complain about the bumpy road. When they looked up, they saw a row of wooden warehouses pointed directly at them. Behind the wooden warehouses were armed policemen with cold and alert expressions. Thieves? Just steal something, that's fine. Just when they were sweating coldly, the 2 police comrades responsible for escorting them back were also a little confused. Chi Bing, who was stretching in the distance and planning to help his brother-in-law get a lamb for roasting, saw what was happening here. He ran over quickly. I'm so sorry, comrade police. Doesn't Nagasawa live next door to you? The higher-ups sent people to protect him. He just arrived today. He's on guard. Their leader drew a range and issued an order saying that not even a single mosquito would kill him. Can't get close. After Chi Bing finished speaking, he hurriedly went to explain to the row of serious-looking armed policemen, several comrades, these are comrades from the police station. They have a good relationship with Nagasawa. They probably saw the movement here and wanted to come. Look. The armed police comrade was very serious. Sorry, you can't go near this area without the permission of the chief. The police comrade quickly expressed his position. I'm sorry, we'll leave right away. I'm really sorry. Chi Bing also caught up with them and escorted them to the door of the police station. I'm sorry, comrades, I frightened you. It's okay, it's okay. We're working together. We're also police officers. I understand. Seeing that they didn't blame them, Chi Bing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, Did you arrest someone? Yes, there are a few thieves from out of town. They haven't received any reports in the past few days. It's probably their first crime tonight and they were caught by the people. Chi Bing looked at these thieves with messy clothes and scars on their faces, and nodded in agreement. How dare you come to us to steal things? By the way, comrade police, you must patrol the streets more closely these days. Many experts have been sent down from above. It is said that they are all very powerful people. Otherwise, there would not be so many armed policemen coming with them. I used to listen to what they want. If they encounter someone who rushes over there and refuses to leave, they have the right to kill them directly. Especially for thieves like these, they are lucky. If they had stolen directly there, they would probably be able to enter the coffin directly by now. The thieves who were following the police comrades trembled in unison and couldn't believe their ears. Isn't this just an ordinary small county town? Why is TMUDI so scary? The thieves here entered the prison one by one. Before they could regain the confidence to escape, they were forced to change into prison uniforms before being imprisoned. Naturally, the wires in their previous clothes were gone. No matter how much they shed tears from the bottom of their hearts, they still have to stay in jail. Next door, the comrades of the armed police still did not dare to slack off for a minute to guard the warehouse where Ji Chang's was. Inside, a group of white-haired experts had bright eyes, like a dream, surrounding a size that could not be said to be very large. Small, but definitely not a big laptop. Oh my God, this is so incredible. How on earth is it possible to condense such a huge computer into such a small size? It's even easier to use than a computer. As far as I know, even a certain country does not have such technology. After sighing, these experts who drove all the way over in the car eagerly after hearing that the computer had been condensed to a size smaller than a television set, with more complete functions and easier to use, regardless of their hard work, looked at Ji Chang's with such burning eyes that they could penetrate the eyes. Comrade Ji, how did you do this? Do you know what kind of miracle you have done? With it, it is enough to prove that we have caught up with, no, surpassed all other countries. Can you demonstrate its function? Thank you, Comrade Ji. Ji Chang's gnawed on the dried sweet potato and immediately stood up from his chair after hearing this. Of course there is no problem. I have carefully crafted its functions. You will be surprised when you see it. Under the expectant gaze of the experts, he walked to the laptop and sat down, manipulated the mouse, clicked on a software, and then clicked on the video call. In the video, a clear picture was broadcast. It was a steaming soup can. Chi Bing, the third brother-in-law who was sent by the unit to study and exchange with Ji Chang's, to gain experience, appeared on the scene. He clearly saw them and reached out to talk to Ji Chang's. They said hello. While the experts held their breath and were shocked that this laptop could allow people to meet face to face at a distance, Chi Bing's voice came from inside. Nagaze, I'm at the police station now. The aunt in the cafeteria here has specially cooked pork ribs and lotus root soup for you today. Look, it's delicious. When you want to drink it, I'll bring it to you. Ji Chang's, I want it now. You tell auntie to put more meat in it. Also, here is my roasted whole lamb. They're still killing. I'll bring them back when they're done. At the end of the call, the experts looked psychedelic and extremely excited. Is this the function you do? This is much more exciting than making a phone call, and you can actually see the screen on the other side. Yes, let me introduce this function to you. The young talented comrade, who refused to leave this small county because of his love for his family, had a serious look on his face and pointed at his laptop in a similar manner. The experts were so excited that they all pricked up their ears, waiting for Ji Chang's to explain these principles and how to achieve a different picture. Ji Chang's, I call it a video call. With it, as long as we sit at home, we can remotely command people to bring us the food for today. Even if you want to eat roasted leg of lamb in the morning, someone else will go out and help you after buying it. You suddenly don't want to eat roasted lamb legs anymore, just make a video call. The other party will change it to roasted duck. Expert 1, its function is, to bring food. Expert 2. Change food. Expert 3, eating something so greasy in the morning is not good for your health. Ji Chang's waved his hand, what are you thinking about? Of course it does not only have the function of letting people bring food. Hearing this, these experts who had listened to his doubts about life breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this little comrade just wants to liven up the atmosphere. Ji Chang said in a very proud tone, you can also choose dishes online. Take my third brother-in-law as an example. He has always been responsible for bringing me the freshest dishes. It's a pity that my third sister never let him doing all this work means that my brother-in-law doesn't know how to choose vegetables. How can the food be delicious when it's not fresh? With this video call function, it's different. I built a network that covers the entire line. As long as he buys vegetables in the county, he can turn on the video call function and focus the camera on the vegetable stall. This way, I don't have to go out. How about choosing fresh and delicious dishes? Isn't it genius? Experts were so shocked that they were speechless. After a while, an expert calmed down and asked with a complicated expression, then, why don't you just go out and buy groceries by yourself? Ji Chang's answered quite confidently, I'm too lazy to go out. This is a really good reason, and it holds up. Although they were shocked by Ji Chang's original intention of developing this function, the experts were worthy of being experts. After the shock, they quickly put aside the appearance and looked at the essence. This function represents not only being able to face each other remotely. To achieve such an effect, there must be new technologies, and these technologies can be used in many, many fields. Aerospace, cruise ships, and even weapons. And the surprises Ji Chang's brought to them were far more than that. Look, it also has a function that I am very proud of, the storage function and the online sharing function, which are placed here. After seeing the storage space marked above, the experts experienced a pupil earthquake again. Such a small computer can store so much stuff. If this technology is used, they couldn't wait to request, "Comrade Ji, please show me." Easy to say, easy to say. Ji Chang's clicked on one of the folders marked very important. The experts' hearts were pounding. Something that could make Comrade Ji, who was so genius that he could not be described as a monster, feel important must be. The folder opened, and it was filled with food pictures, food videos, and food recipes. Experts. Ji Chang's, look. With this storage function, you can store as much delicious information as you want. When you don't know what to eat, just close your eyes and click on it. It's like drawing lots. It's very useful. Experts. This group of experts who had just arrived and had only heard of Ji Chang's reputation as a genius but had never met him in person had gradually discovered that something was wrong. Next, Ji Chang showed them the software that can play the audio of recipes recorded in advance, that can share food with multiple people, that can connect to the canteen to monitor and observe at close range when meals will be served, and that can calculate mathematics at high frequencies to calculate the year. How much does it cost to eat and drink well with a good calculator function? And blah blah blah. By the time the demonstration was over, the experts came out looking frivolous. All in all, he has a complicated expression and a complicated mood. No matter what aspects Ji Chang's has developed, these things are indeed beyond the reach of other countries. Especially, they can not only be used on computers. These technologies can completely bring China a technological takeoff. However, the developer, Comrade Ji, never forgot the food. There were roasted lamb legs, roasted duck, braised pork, and cucumber salad. After hearing the end, the experts themselves couldn't tell whether it was the names of these dishes that impressed them or the various functions of the computer that impressed them. They were impressed. Brother Jun, who was guarding outside, saw them looking like they had suffered a major blow and quickly stepped forward to help them. An expert raised his eyes and saw the person who was following Ji Chang's for close protection. He sighed, "This Comrade Ji is also a national talent. The higher UPS have told you to treat him well. You must not treat him badly. If he needs anything, he can report it, and I will definitely approve it. The child is so greedy that he eats whatever he does." Brother Jun was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand why the expert's words came to this point, but he still nodded obediently, "Yes. Although I listened to the recipe menu for a while, I have to say that for these experts, this special trip was really not in vain. They dismantled the various technologies given by Ji Chang's. Each one with bright eyes and dark circles hid in the room and studied non-stop. Ji Chang's, the instigator, started researching for 3 days and came up with something exciting. The expert was excited and grateful for the happy life that came to give him extra meals. It's not in vain that he worked so hard to come up with something like this in such an era. Ji Chang's is indeed free. The most indispensable thing in this era is a group of enthusiastic scientific researchers. As long as they are given a direction, they can immerse themselves in it without eating. Feeling that it was almost done now, he stopped doing big things, and instead started knocking and making some small things. These little things may not be so conspicuous in terms of technology, but they can slowly improve the happiness of Chinese people. And most importantly, it will appear that he is very diligent. The country said it would hold a sports meeting, so it cracked down hard. In fact, the sports meeting did not come so soon. China has always been like this. In order to present the best condition, it would rather start preparations early. The venue for the sports games is still under construction. Ji Chang's listened to several phone calls from an expert to the capital, and Labala gave some construction suggestions. Within a few months, the construction expert who called at that time excitedly mailed him a lot of delicious food. Judging from the attitude, he must have listened to the expert who lived here and regarded him as some kind of greedy person. The baby who eats is raised. From then on, Ji Chang's lived a wonderful life supported by experts. These experts all had very high status. Some of his classmates, friends, and students were living, working and studying abroad. They had many ways to buy food from foreign people and deliver it to Ji Chang's, a foodie. Before, how could Ji Chang's be so polite when people had already sent him to his door? He also reciprocated the favor. He would accidentally help someone solve a problem for anyone who gave him delicious food. When the capital reacted, they discovered that none of the experts who were originally sent out to help with research were unwilling to come back. They are all talented people with very high IQs. If they don't want to come back because they have long legs, even the country can't do anything about it. What else can we do? Send someone to protect us. I don't know if that small county town is really a geomantic treasure. These talented people who were originally the targets of national key protection went there. The projects came out one after another, and the research and development came out one after another. In the past, everyone was worried about what to do if they couldn't keep up with foreign technology, and they didn't have enough money and resources to conduct research. Now everyone is worried about experts doing big things one after another, and each one of them is very powerful. Now it has suddenly become a waste. How do you deal with the mouse that gets into the rice vat? The country was so happy that the experts refused to come back and stopped urging them. They just sent people here to protect these big babies. Even the police station upgraded their equipment after everyone. Finally, after a long time, the sports meeting that the country has prepared for several years has finally come to start. Ji Chang's didn't know what the historical timeline of this world was, but he knew that this sports meeting represented great significance. This is an international event, and many countries will come to participate. China once lost its dignity and authority in the war, and this games is the best moment for China to regain its former glory and show its strength to other countries. Experts who have been reluctant to go out to study have also temporarily put aside their projects and expressed their intention to go to the capital to watch the sports meeting. This is a major event for our country, and I will go no matter what. The expert who said this not only went there himself, but also wrote to students abroad urging them to come back and observe. The expert student is called Lu Sheng. He was sent to study abroad by the expert. He did not disappoint the expert. When he lived abroad, he devoted himself to studying. Even if he sometimes did other things, he still did not do anything. It's time to pay attention to China. Now that his mentor asked him to come back, he, who was already homesick, immediately wrote back and said he would go back immediately. When his two foreign classmates heard that he was going back to China to watch the sports games, they also expressed that they wanted to go back with him. Their countries also participated in the sports games. This time they planned to go to cheer for their country. There was a local with someone else carrying it, the two of them can feel more at ease. So, a group of 3 people came to China. It was evening when they arrived. When they were in the car, the 2 classmates were still worried about whether there would be any safety problems at night. But when they got off the car, they saw bright street lights and flat roads, and they were walking on the street smiling. The 2 classmates were stunned when they were not worried about being rudely interrupted by bad guys who suddenly rushed out. Lu, your country of China looks very different from what the newspapers say. Yeah, Doesn't it mean that China is still developing and is not as good as a certain country? But I look at it and it seems that it is not bad compared to a certain country. Young girls in a certain country don't dare to walk on the road in the middle of the night. What to do if you encounter those lunatics with wooden warehouses? Lu Sheng himself was stunned. He was not yet 20 years old when he left China, and his memory still lingered on the yellow dirt road, where everyone was dressed in gray, and it was pitch black at night. Now that he saw this scene, he was so shocked that he couldn't move. The teacher wrote a letter and said that the current development of China is very good, and also mentioned that if things continue like this, he might not have to study hard abroad alone and can still learn things when he returns to his own country. But at that time, he had already experienced two things. Lu Sheng, who was a country apart, only regarded these as the teacher's comfort to him. The teacher must have known that he missed his hometown and wanted to go home, so he said these words to comfort him. But now it seems that all this seems to be true. Everyone walking on the road was smiling. It was completely different from when he left before, when many people had sad faces. There were even people selling food on the roadside. He remembered that it seemed that China did not allow roads in the past. Setting up a stall on the side. His two foreign classmates were already happily buying food. They had exchanged some Chinese currency before coming, so they were rich. The stall owner couldn't understand what they were saying, so they called Lu Sheng to help translate. Lu Sheng hurried over. When the stall owner saw that he was Chinese, his smile became more friendly. "You are the translator. Take these two foreign friends to watch the sports meeting. Is there a place to stay? The country has arranged the place for foreigners to live. It is over there. You can take them to see that hotel. The staff can speak foreign languages, which is more convenient for foreigners." Lu Sheng thanked the stall owner and led two classmates in the direction he pointed. The stall owner said that the name of the hotel is Huaguo Hotel, which is a name that makes people feel safe. After walking only a few hundred meters, Lu Sheng was looking at the road when he noticed that his two classmates had stopped and stared blankly into the distance. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Lu, look, my God, that house is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful house in a certain country for so long. Your country is completely different from what is said in the newspaper. Such a beautiful house, if it is a poor and backward country, how it can be covered?" Lu Sheng looked up with a confused face, and saw a beautiful building standing in the distance. It was very tall and had an astonishingly beautiful appearance. There were bright lights flashing on it, making him think that he had strayed into some dreamland at night. And above, on the huge sign at the top of the tall building, there are four powerful characters written on it. Huaguo Hotel. At this moment, he was shocked and didn't know that this was just the beginning. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 185. Lu Sheng and two classmates walked into the hotel cautiously. Even at night, the lobby was clean and spacious. There were bookshelves and sofas in the distance. At the front desk, there were two young people in uniforms. Standing behind the table, there was a big sign beside the table, which stated in many languages that this was a service office. Seeing them approaching hesitantly, the two young men both stretched out their hands and made an ancient fist-holding salute to the three of them. Lu Sheng had studied ancient Chinese culture and knew that this was the etiquette of meeting in ancient times. Suddenly being treated with such solemnity, he hurriedly put down the salute and returned the salute to the two of them. Although the two foreign students did not know the fist-holding salute, they followed Lu Sheng's lead and saluted in a decent manner. Seeing them like this, the two receptionists' expressions became gentler and they asked in English, "Which country are you tourists from?" Lu Sheng didn't want to be thought to be from country R, so he quickly answered in Chinese, "I'm from China, and these two are my classmates. They are both from country V. This time we are watching the sports meeting together." When he said he was from China, the receptionist's expression became even more friendly. It turns out we are Chinese. Please take a look at what room type you want to book. This is an atlas of the hotel's current room types. As he said that, one of the receptionists took out a laptop, pointed the screen at the three of them, pointed at the pictures of various room types and said, "The ones in green are those that have not yet been decided. You can choose the room type you want to live in." Lu Sheng's attention was not at all on the room type. He stared at the laptop in shock. This is computer. As if he was used to seeing this kind of expression, the receptionist's expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, "It has been transformed into an easy-to-carry office tool in our country, also known as a notebook. You only need to select the room type here, and we will directly just work on it." Lu Sheng looked at the screen blankly, swallowed, and tentatively clicked on one of the room types. Ding! 3M room type -9th floor, number 11, please place an order. The crisp mechanical sound sounded, and Lu Sheng and his two classmates were startled and couldn't help but look around. "It's nothing, it's just the beep of the laptop." The front desk expertly calmed them down, took the notebook and asked, "Comrade, are you sure you've booked this room? If you have no other questions, please record your ID for us. After recording, you can place the order." "Huh? Ah, okay, this is the room." Lu Sheng quickly took out his ID and told the two classmates again in a foreign language. After the IDs of the three were verified one by the front desk smiled and said, "Okay, the order has been placed. The room for the three of you is on the 9th floor. On the 11th, turn left after exiting the elevator. There is a phone in the room, and the phone goes directly to the front desk. If you have any questions, you can call us. In addition, our hotel also provides 3 meals. If you need it, register here and we will fix it. Delivered to your door." Elevator? Is it the kind of elevator in XX building in a certain country? The front desk seemed to have heard this question many times. Hearing this, he just nodded and smiled, "Yes, comrade, it's that kind of elevator." Oh my God! Lu Sheng no longer knew what to say. After thanking the front desk, he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly he remembered something, turned his head suddenly, and asked awkwardly, "Well, the cost of the room?" Lu Sheng was a little annoyed. He was shocked when he visited just now. He didn't expect to ask how much such a high-end and gorgeous hotel, which is even comparable to a famous hotel in a certain country, charges. Especially since there is an elevator here. You know, in a certain country, currently only the XX building has elevators installed. I heard that people who work there are proud that they can take the elevator. You know, it must be very expensive. The family conditions of his two classmates are not that wealthy. If the cost is expensive, it will be a heavy burden for the three of them. The front desk said with a smile, "Comrade, please don't worry. Our hotel was specially built by the state to entertain foreign tourists. The charges are normal. Look at your room card. The price is marked on it." After Lu Sheng heard this, he quickly looked down at the room card in his hand, and sure enough he saw the price written on it. Seeing the price, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the price is more expensive than an ordinary hotel, it is within the affordable range, especially since it is written in Chinese currency. It is not a problem for his two classmates to calculate the exchange rate. However, at such a price, you can actually stay in such a hotel. Lu Sheng could see clearly that this naturally did not mean that Chinese people were stupid and rich, on the contrary, it just showed that China was far different from the past. If they were really short of money and supplies, how could they build such a spectacular building so cheaply? It is precisely because there is no shortage of these 3 melons and 2 dates that such a good and cheap thing happens. Lu Sheng's feelings are very complicated. On the one hand, he was happy for the country's development, but on the other hand, he was disappointed that he missed it while abroad. He went abroad to learn advanced foreign knowledge and then come back to serve his country. For this reason, even if he met some unfriendly people and things in a strange country, even if he had to take time to work in order to save some money, Lu Sheng, they all felt very happy. As a result, before he could make a name for himself, his country took off first. It's so sour and refreshing that I can't believe it. Until he and two other classmates walked to a door according to the staff's instructions, he still felt as if he was dreaming. The classmate looked around and asked strangely, "Lu, why are we standing here without moving? Why don't we go climb the stairs? By the way, this hotel looks so high-end, there should be someone to help carry your luggage. We're fine. You're too thin. I think we should hire someone to help you carry your luggage." Facing two foreign classmates who were still excited about the luxury of this hotel even though they didn't know about elevators, Lu Sheng's originally excited heart suddenly calmed down. He tried not to look so proud on his face, and said calmly, "We don't need to hire anyone to help carry our luggage upstairs. This hotel has an elevator, so it's not troublesome to carry our luggage." The eyes of the two classmates suddenly widened. "Elevator? Is the elevator you are talking about the elevator I think it is?" "That's right, it's the kind of elevator in XX building. The staff just told me about it." Facing two classmates who were extremely shocked, Lu Sheng tried hard to restrain himself from raising the corners of his mouth. Ding! The elevator door opened. Lu Sheng, who had only seen it in newspapers, felt a little guilty because he didn't know how to use it. Fortunately, he saw the staff standing inside. The yellow face made him originally the somewhat panicked heart suddenly calmed down. "Yes, this is in China, our own country, and this elevator also belongs to the Huaguo Hotel. I am a Chinese, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Therefore, Lu Sheng held his head high and chest high as never before, saluted with his hands in hand, and entered the elevator first and proudly. After entering, he looked at the two classmates who were hesitant to come forward, and urged, "Come in quickly, we have to put down the salutes and still want to eat." The two of them carefully stepped into the smooth elevator. Inside, the staff heard their conversation in English and smiled and asked in English, "Gentlemen, which floor are you going to?" Lu Sheng gave her a reserved smile and said in Chinese, "Comrade, let's go to the 9th floor." The staff asked kindly, "Are you Chinese?" Lu Sheng, "I am Chinese." He said this in a very light tone, but after saying it, a sudden pride seemed to fill his heart instantly. He had a premonition that in the future, when Chinese people abroad say that they are Chinese, they will no longer face ridicule and contempt, as well as sympathy for poor and backward countries. Those looks would only turn into envy. Facts have proved that even now his two foreign classmates are already envious of him. Especially when they clearly felt that the elevator was rising. After a while, the elevator door opened with a ding, revealing a long and bright corridor in front of them, with room numbers written on the rooms on both sides of the corridor. All this is very unlike the poor and backward country described in the newspapers. Even in a certain country, such a scene may not be possible. And all this was further verified after opening the door to the room and seeing the TV inside. "Lu, your country looks pretty good, why does the newspaper write about it like that? Oh my God, this TV is so clear and this bed is so soft. Lu, your country is so good, why do you want to study in a certain country? If I were Chinese, I definitely wouldn't want to go abroad." Lu Sheng was actually shocked himself, but facing two classmates who only thought it was an error in the newspaper, he still tried his best to act like I'm not surprised at all. "Actually, this was not the case here before I went abroad. It may be that the country has developed during the time I left. I am not too surprised by this. After all, China has always been like this and will make a lot of efforts to achieve its goals. Oh my God, has China developed in the past few years? This is too fast. Those reporters who talk nonsense in newspapers every day should really come to China to see it. Before leaving, I also read the article about China. The news about China is just nonsense, and it describes such a good country like that. Do these people think we are fools? Lu Sheng was still confused at first, but when he heard this, he immediately felt that it was the foreign reporters who were to blame. International students are abroad. If they want to know domestic news, they can only write letters to their families or read newspapers. The same is true for him. It is precisely because the judgment of China in newspapers has never changed that Lu Sheng feels that the Chinese people mentioned by the teacher, the booming words, were comforting to him. Pooh! Rubbish reporter! It's really just for the sake of people reading it. How unconscionable it is to write about such a good country like China into such a poor state. That night, countless foreign tourists who came to China to watch the sports games and cheer for their country scolded those newspapers. What about poverty? What about falling behind as promised? It is said that the HNG population of China are in a state of having no food to eat. Look at this big hotel. Look at that notebook. Look at this elevator again. There are also street lights on the street and flat and clean ground on the ground. Are you telling me that this is poverty and backwardness? Look at those Chinese people with rosy faces and simple and elegant clothes. Are you telling me they don't have enough to eat? You can't make up lies like this. The most ridiculous thing is that a country as big as China is here, with conclusive evidence of good development, but no one has exposed the nonsense told by a few newspapers. I believe that China is still the sick man of East Asia. Nonsense. Magical no. After witnessing all this, many foreigners who were full of superiority in their hearts lowered their heads unconsciously, and closed their mouths tightly when they spoke loudly and proudly in English. Those prides and complacency suddenly turned into embarrassed and irritated. Naturally, these were blamed by a swarm of newspapers that used mocking tones to smear China. Compared with those who come here with the thought of I am superior to others and the humble Chinese want to lift me up, those foreigners who simply want to come to watch the sports games and cheer for their country have less to do with it. After making sure with the staff that the lights were on all night in Huiguo and that people were coming and going and police were on duty, a few brave foreign friends went out to the street together. That night, they tasted Chinese delicacies, played the Chinese trap game, flew Kongming lanterns with many Chinese people, and watched the stars made by the cruise ships in the river on Mingliang Bridge. Late at night, there were very few people on the street. In their advanced but chaotic country, they would have to be extremely careful walking on the street at this point, but they noticed several students with braids and school uniforms walking in front of them, chatting and laughing. Their smiles are wanton and innocent, and their steps are brisk and unnerving. A huge roar came from a distance. A group of Chinese policemen were patrolling the streets on motorcycles. When they came to the female students, they slowed down and shouted, "You are college students, you have to go to class tomorrow. If you're still playing outside so late, go back quickly, or you'll be scolded if you're not energetic in class tomorrow." The students were laughing and joking, looking at the police with trust and intimacy. One of the female students with a haircut shyly threw something in their direction, and then several people seemed to have done something bad. Laughing and making trouble, "You pushed me and I pushed you away." They are not afraid of encountering any bad guys on the way home, because there are police officers on duty at the front and end of each road, and people live in the houses along the road. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. If something really happens, just shout, and residents and police will hear the noise and come to help. Even if the criminal runs away, the police can use surveillance to bring the person to justice. With such various security guarantees, no one would have dared to commit a crime. They ran away laughing and joking. The police were a little helpless, but they had nothing to do with these students who had received the latest education of this era and could only continue to patrol the streets. Motorcycles roared past, and several foreigners saw the pedals on one of the policemen. What the short-haired student just lost turned out to be beautiful petals that represent blessing and beauty in China. One of the foreigners, who had been having fun all night, suddenly became startled. He said with some envy, "The Chinese people's public security is really good." His friends patted his shoulders comfortingly. "I heard that the Chinese government banned wooden warehouses. It is illegal for ordinary people to hold wooden warehouses. Only law enforcement agencies will have wooden warehouses, so public security is good." "No, it's different." He shook his head, with unconcealable envy in his eyes. "I can see that the police in China are very friendly to the people here, and they have the same attitude towards us. Did you notice that they glanced at us just now?" The friend said in confusion, "It's just a normal look." "Is there anything different?" "I didn't notice it." He smiled bitterly. "Yes, it's just because it's an ordinary look that it's different. If you recall, if we were in our own country and we met the police on the road at this time of night, what would they think of us?" Several people recalled it and fell silent. They looked down at the dark skin on their arms and sighed. If it were in our own country, if the police officers who were supposed to protect them as law enforcers really saw them on the street so late at night, their eyes would definitely be disgusted and wary, as if they were some heinous criminals. If you encounter a few more bad-tempered people, it is not impossible that you will be forced to search them directly. The grievance and indignation in their memories naturally formed a sharp contrast with the joyful Chinese people they saw just now sending flowers to the Chinese police. When they felt the peace, safety, and security of China today, they were just a little envious, but now, they are so envious that they wish they were Chinese too. Many foreign tourists have been staying in Huiguo Hotel one after another. After moving in, all my previous impressions of China were overturned without exception. Some people are even considering coming to China to work for themselves or their children. The same is true for Lu Sheng's two classmates. They went to a certain country to learn advanced knowledge. Since there is a place that is more advanced than a certain country, staying in a certain country is not worth the gain. Many like them were shocked to find out. China, a country that was once glorious and then fell into mud, actually stood up again. When they see the Huiguo Hotel, they can tell that their own country also has one. When they see an elevator, they can say that their country's elevator was the first to be introduced. When they see the lights on the streets at night, they can say that if they are just street lights, their country can be safe if they want. When they saw the notebook, they hesitated for a long time and couldn't speak clearly. At the opening of the sports meeting, when the content on the sports field was magnified and broadcast live on the huge screen, they could still think about whether their own country could also have such technology. When the students sitting in the audience, wearing clean and tidy clothes and holding still somewhat heavy mobile phones to take photos and videos, fell into sight, they fell silent. Naturally, Ji Chang's was completely unnoticed by others in the audience, eating and drinking while watching the game. He had to be handed a drink of water to his hand. Official footage of footage, live broadcast of live broadcast. Several times, the cameras stayed on Ji Chang's, who was eating and drinking comfortably while Geu was paralyzed with a look of "I am useless and I am proud," and then passed by as if nothing had happened a few seconds later. There was a TV set at home, and the viewers who were watching the live TV didn't feel anything was wrong. Only a few people noticed Ji Chang's, and after muttering "this guy is quite handsome," they forgot about it. This time the sports meeting held in China ended with perfection. The Chinese government has specially arranged the Huiguo Hotel for foreign friends, and the charges are not expensive. No one thinks that the government is worshipping foreigners and trying to please foreigners. Everyone thinks, isn't this obvious? Show our strength to them and let them know that our country, China, has long been reborn. Facts have also proved that this sports meeting is a perfect debut for China. Yes, our country was not as strong as yours before, and our technology could not catch up with yours. But it's different now. We caught up. Our younger generation is already playing with mobile phones, but you haven't even developed a mobile phone yet. Our government is already working on laptops, and you haven't made it smaller yet. Our country has super rice, which can increase the yield per mu by more than 10 times than before, but you still have to import it from our country. Once upon a time, China was trampled under your feet and violently beaten. It was obviously a war in your own country, but you wanted to fight it on our land. You invaded our country, burned our treasures, killed our citizens, and trampled on our backbones, giving us the title of the sick man of East Asia. But so what? As long as Chinese people are still there, China will be there. As long as Chinese people still have a backbone, China will have a backbone. And now, Hua Guo stood up again. No one thinks that China has no confidence to be so public. They are not stupid. Since the Chinese can have technology in these things, they will naturally not fall behind in weapons. The sports meeting ended and many people left in a hurry. Many countries understand that they need to change their approach to China. For Lu Sheng, who has endured hardship in China and suffered discrimination abroad, he feels even more deeply about these changes. The country's international status has improved, and the status of Chinese people like them has also been raised along with it. After all, everyone knows that China protects its shortcomings. If something happens to a Chinese person abroad, there is no guarantee that the Chinese embassy will not do something. The shop owner who once brazenly wrote "Sick Man of East Asia is not allowed" on the door panel quietly took down the sign. The street gangster who is always Lisa Zero Yellow has changed his target. Even the foreman of the store where Lu Sheng worked before suddenly raised his salary. Only then did Lu Sheng realize that the foreman had secretly deducted part of the salary his boss had given him before. Now that Hua Guo was not easy to deal with, he decided to I don't dare to continue withholding it. Lu Sheng felt happier than ever in his heart, not because he would not be bullied, but because China would protect him from being bullied. He thought that China would definitely become better in the future. But the only thing that puzzled him was why the teacher, who had no children or other relatives and was the only student like him, always asked him to buy chocolates and send them back to his country, and also specified the best kind. Teacher, is it appropriate for you to still love chocolate so much at your age? Are your teeth still healthy? Lu Sheng continued to worry about his teacher's teeth. It wasn't until he returned to China after completing his studies that he learned that the teacher bought chocolates for a young scientific researcher named Ji Chang's. Looking at the various research materials about Ji Chang's handed to him by the teacher, Lu Sheng bit his chocolate and pondered. The name Ji Chang's is very suitable to be included in the annals of history and be written into the history books. XX years later. In a certain forum, one person posted, "History Dog watched the video of the sports meeting in XX today. Guess what I found? I posted a picture on the main floor. A passing water friend clicked in and took a look, only to see a clear screenshot of the main building. This is okay. After all, everyone knows that the cameras were able to record high-definition videos at the 2008 sports games. I heard that this was specially designed to record the sports meeting. Specially researched. What did the original poster want us to see? What's interesting about the previous photos? People's dressing styles were so fashionable in the past. Look at that blue shirt. Isn't that the popular style this year? Sure enough, popularity is a circle. Wow, is the venue of China's first sports meeting so beautiful? I saw a motorcycle. Wow, police brother, I remember this time period was when our Chinese black cavalry first appeared. Ouch, the black knight uniform can seduce me. This building soon became distorted to the point where people couldn't control how handsome the black knights in China were. As a result, until now, because of the popular vote, the police officers in the police station are still riding handsome horses. Motorcycles are used for work, and police cars are only occasionally used. While the conversation was in full swing, the original poster came out and took another screenshot of the middle part of the screenshot. You bunch of fake face control people, you can't even see such a handsome guy, how can you have the face to lick the screen and write in black? After seeing the person she took the screenshot of, the forum was silent for a few seconds, and then started to cheer. Ah ah ah, it's my male god, it's my male god. Is it Brother G? Is it our evil genius Brother G who is so smart, so handsome, and has single-handedly changed the entire Chinese science and technology industry? Away is dead again. Look at my male god's beautiful facial features, look at the curvature of his chin, my god, how did he manage to look so good even when he eats dried sweet potatoes, and he even crosses his legs. I declare that I am going to cross my legs all day today. So did the male idol go to watch the first sports meeting, but this is normal. I remember that he was also involved in the architectural design of this session. Holy shit, can my boyfriend still build? As expected, he is capable of both literary and martial arts. I am also majoring in architecture, rounding it all off, I am in the same relationship as the male god, rounding it all off, I'm with my boyfriend, even if we round it off, our children can make soy sauce. Someone stood up and said, the male god belongs to everyone, some people should not go too far. Please, do you want to go to those celebrities who rely on their reputations to earn a living? Mr. G Chang's relies on his talent to earn a living. Don't act like a fan. Circle the mobile phones and computers you play with now, the suspended trains you ride on every day when you go out, and the delivery of takeaways. These robots were all developed by Mr. G Chang's, who is a serious scientific researcher. One thing to say, don't you think that handsome and talented male gods make people unable to restrain themselves? P.S. I am a man, but this does not affect my screen-loving male idol. The original poster, not only did I take screenshots, I also recorded all the scenes related to Ji Chang's. The screen recordings are shown below. After reading it, the comments were filled with rainbow farts again. As expected of my male idol, he looks so good even when he is paralyzed. What does the male idol eat? It tastes so delicious it seems that his mouth has never stopped in every scene. Speaking of which, the male idol really loves to eat. I heard that he went to study it just after he became famous in the research institute. The rice is gone, and the love for food is deep. Upstairs, as far as I know, Mr. Ji Chang's has a big appetite, but he was born in a poor family in the countryside. Both his parents died. It was his grandmother, uncle, and aunt who raised him. However, the conditions at that time were difficult, even if the husband's family. I love him very much, but he often doesn't have enough to eat, so he dropped out of school due to family conditions and observes rice in the fields every day, trying to develop rice with a high yield per mu. The locals did not understand his behavior, and some felt that he was looking for excuses to avoid work. In addition, Mr. Ji Chang suffered from narcolepsy at that time and often fell asleep when others were working in the fields. Therefore, Mr. G at that time actually had a bad reputation. Why? It was only after he solved the famous white moth invasion in a certain country and made solar panels that the locals realized that they had misunderstood Mr. Oh my god, I only knew that male idols like to eat, but I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. I feel so sorry for my childhood male idol. I feel sorry for you. I watched a documentary before. It said that the male god liked all kinds of food, which made his colleagues in the research institute feed them all kinds of food. As a result, after eating for several years, everyone else in the research institute was so full of food that they were all eaten. The male idol could eat the most and yet not gain weight. I was so envious of him at the time. I didn't expect that the male idol actually loved to eat so much when he grew up because he was hungry as a child. Someone said, there is a joke like this. Mr. G's information was not disclosed at the beginning because he was afraid that he would be lured away by foreign countries with delicious food. Mr. Lin, who worked with Mr. G, once said, "Who wants to?" I asked Mr. G to help me get a roasted whole lamb, and promised not to bark. He would come by himself after smelling the smell, which is enough to prove how much Mr. G loves to eat and drink. Hey, even if most people like to eat, they won't be interested in researching rice in order to eat more as expected. They are still very hungry. I feel sorry for Mr. Ji Chang's Add 1 to my heartache. Add 2 for distress. Add 110 to feel distressed. It is clear that he is talented and contributing to the research of rice for all Chinese people, but he is still misunderstood as not working. He is obviously suffering from narcolepsy, but he is still regarded as being deliberately lazy. Mr. Ji Chang's is really pitiful. Whoa, my grandpa told me, before the super rice came out, a lot of people didn't have enough to eat. In order to save a mouthful of food for my family, my grandpa fainted from hunger in the field. He was desperate at that time. I felt that if things continued like this, sooner or later, one of my family would suffer as a result. Mr. Nagasawa developed super rice at that age, and their entire county was an experimental county. Since then, my grandfather has never been hungry again, and now I also treasure food very much. I even bought a photo of Mr. Ji Chang's and burn incense every day to pray to God to bless my husband. At the beginning, the super rice test field was chosen to be the hometown of the male god. If your grandfather lives in the same place as the male god, why would you buy a photo and go directly to the real person? I heard that although my boyfriend has never been married, he loves his family very much and refuses to leave his hometown to live elsewhere. He said that if he left, the sisters would be bullied and no one would support them. Wow, my boyfriend is really a good person, brother. If I had such a brother, I would laugh out loud in my dreams. How old are the male idols? Forget about my brother. If you want to be a granddaughter and a male idol, you will be disdainful of your IQ. My boyfriend is so good that he won't dislike me. I remember that Mr. G's unwillingness to leave his hometown and his insistence on taking care of his sisters had a hidden reason. It seems that his 2 youngest sisters had been trafficked. Mr. G made the motorcycle Jingu, and in order to find his sisters, the policeman had a set of walkie-talkies. Although the sisters later found them, Mr. G seemed to have left a shadow. From then on, he insisted on staying in his hometown and never left his hometown even before the country would be moved. When the Huaguo Award was awarded to him, his brother-in-law would always receive the award on his behalf. Oh my God, this story is heartwarming and tragic. Mr. G must be a very gentle and fragile person, otherwise why would he eat food like crazy? Because he was hungry as a child, and refused to leave his hometown because his sister got lost. Fragile * psychological shadow * Ji Chang's was lying lazily on the recliner, eating snacks and browsing the forum. Seeing the netizens above feeling sorry for him, he almost laughed out loud. He really has never left his hometown for a step in his life. To be precise, he rarely leaves his room. But it's not because of anything else, it's just that I'm just too lazy to go out. Anyway, everything he wants will be delivered to him, so why bother going out by himself? Every day he wakes up and works out in the gym, eats a delicious breakfast, then binge watches TV shows and posts, has a delicious lunch at noon, then continues to binge watch TV shows, plays games, eats gossip, and has another delicious meal in the evening. Take a walk in the oversized room and then sleep comfortably. Salted fish, lazy, but cool. After browsing the forum for a while and playing the game, Ji Chang suddenly felt that his life was passing away as soon as he finished the game. It seemed like it was time to die. He played another game, then uninstalled all kinds of entertainment software on his mobile phone, as well as the records of previous confrontations with people online, calculated his inheritance, and made sure that even if he left, he would still be 5 years old. After the living sister was safe and sound, she opened the bookcase and took out a rather obscure and in-depth book to read. At 6:30 p.m., the security guard knocked on the door to ask for food but received no response. He was heartbroken. After calling again but no one answered, he reported it to his superiors and forced the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the great Mr. Ji Chang's leaning on the bed with his eyes closed, holding a book in his hand, his expression calm, and he had long since lost his breath. Although it was not a surprise to know that Mr. Ji would die at his current age, the eyes of the guards who grew up listening to Ji Chang's steeds were still red. One of the guards called his superiors tremblingly, "Captain, Mr. Ji passed away." On X Day, XX, Ji Chang's, who opened the era of science and technology in China, passed away without any illness or pain. He was still reading a book before his death. The passing of a generation of national treasures, even if it is considered a joy and mourning at this age, the whole country is still mourning. Ji Chang's, who did not forget to consolidate his very bige personality before he died, has opened his eyes again. Wow, there are people with superpowers in this world. And he is the one who opposes the superpowers. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 186. Before Ji Chang's could check his memory, a man with complete equipment and an agent-like appearance came over holding Mukang in his arms and complained, "These weird things have been happening more and more recently, and we have to come out to work in the middle of the night. Boss, do you think the people above us really think we are an impenetrable wall?" Ji Chang's moved his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. This person just couldn't help but complain a few words. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he went to find someone else to complain to. Only then did he start checking his memories. Looking at it, I really see something interesting. This world was originally just an ordinary modern world. Suddenly, from unknown day, it began to merge with another world. After the fusion, the spiritual power belonging to that world was transmitted to the modern world, which was originally just an ordinary technological world, and some people with talents gained supernatural powers. People with superpowers have different abilities. There are good and bad people with superpowers. Some people with superpowers hide their abilities and continue to live peacefully. Some people with superpowers start to use their abilities to help others. There are also a smaller number of people with superpowers. Those who use their abilities to commit illegal crimes. With superpowers, there will naturally be people who try to restrain superpowers. The original owner was the boss of the department responsible for dealing with the mess caused by superpowers. He is not old, he is only 25 years old this year. The reason why he can become the boss is partly because of his outstanding QIANG skills, and partly because he does whatever it takes to get the upper hand and uses unfair means. It stumbled over several competitors. On the other hand, the higher UPS also took into account the original owner's hatred of superpowers and could better restrain this group of lawless superpowers. Why the hatred? To make a long story short, when the original owner was 15 years old, he offended a superpower. The superpower was good at cursing and cursed the original owner to be unable to grow up for the rest of his life. So, when his peers grew up, married, and had children, the original owner, to always maintain the same appearance of 15 years old. The national department at that time took him back and tried to help him break the curse, but no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. The original owner was angry and asked to join the national department. It was also because he had talent and was actually a good youngster. In addition, he was an orphan and had no relatives. And now his appearance will never change and he is no longer suitable to live with ordinary people. In the end, the superiors agreed to let him become a member of those who restrain superpowers. From the age of 15 to 25, the only thing that remained unchanged in the original owner's heart was hatred. He hates that beings with supernatural powers prevent him from ever being able to become a normal man. I hate why the country has to clean up the mess left by these superpowers again and again. According to him, creatures with superpowers should not exist in this world. They should kill everyone they see, whether they are good or bad. They have powers beyond ordinary people, so they should not live. As for the statement that there are good and bad powers, the original owner also scoffed. There are good and bad. You can ensure that a bad person will not come out to cause trouble again after he dies, but can you ensure that a good person will not become a bad person in the future? If you are a good person at this moment, will you definitely keep your original intention unchanged in this life? Their abilities are far beyond ordinary people, and even if the country wants to deal with them, it will have to spend a lot of energy. This is their original sin. If one day those so-called superpowers who side with ordinary people rebel, who can stop them? These are the original owner's thoughts. He firmly believes that the best way to deal with people with supernatural powers is to kill them all without leaving anyone behind. Even if the person with superpowers is a baby, the elderly, or a pregnant woman. As long as they are superpowers, they should not exist in the world. He worked hard to climb to the top position just to achieve the goal of killing all the superpowers. If this were a novel, his thoughts would be a typical villain. Everyone knew that the original owner hated superpowers and their fancy tricks, but no one thought that this was what the original owner had in mind. After that, the original owner kept dormant until the creatures in the two worlds that just leak spiritual energy began to pop up. All kinds of monsters were rampant. The country wanted to destroy the monsters, and worked hard to hide it in front of ordinary people in order not to cause panic. But the original owner glimpsed the image of the world next door from the captured monster. There is a world of cultivation over there. Compared with modern superpowers, most of the Aboriginal residents there are cultivators. The system is similar to that in Chinese fairy tales. There are cultivators who are dedicated to cultivating immortals and want to improve their cultivation, and there are also some who are vicious and will not a demon cultivator who takes human life seriously. What is even more tragic is that their world was discovered by demon cultivators first. Billions of ordinary people without cultivation equals practice materials/furnaces/objects for fun. As a result, the demonic cultivators began to destroy the modern world in a planned and large-scale manner. With a common enemy, the national teams and superpowers who were originally wary of each other immediately united their front to fight against the demonic cultivators from the next world. This is not a small fight like before. People in their own world just fight and kill people. It has nothing to do with your world. Want to destroy our world and make our entire planet slaves? You are making such a fuss. Even the most noisy superpowers in the past are no longer making trouble now. No one is a fool. They just want a higher status in modern times. If they are really stabbed in the waist during internal fighting, they will all finished. No one would have thought there was a traitor in this situation. The original owner is the traitor. When everyone was fighting with the demon cultivators, he successfully connected with the demon cultivators over there and asked the other party to promise to kill all superpowers, thus revealing the layout of their world. The original owner has gone completely crazy, and he doesn't care what will happen to his world after the death of these superpowers, who are the only ones who can fight against the demon cultivators. Didn't he work hard for so many years just to be able to stand in a high position and kill these people with superpowers? As a result, it was just a matter of killing a demon cultivator, but the country actually stood on a united front with the superpowers. He, who wanted to kill all the superpowers in the world, was forced to be brothers with these superpowers. Listening to the country's wishes, it actually plans to commend these superpowers. When the battle is over, it will recognize the existence of superpowers to the whole world, let them have the same rights as ordinary citizens, and encourage other citizens to also strive to become superpowers. How about playing? The original owner endured it until he became a pervert. In the final battle, he betrayed the superpowers who were fighting for his world and watched them die on the battlefield one by one. He smiled with satisfaction under the eyes of his teammates in disbelief. Then his heart was ripped out by a demonic cultivator. This ends the original protagonist's perspective, and there are a few short sentences to follow. Without the superpowers who can fight against the demonic cultivators, even if all countries try to fight together, they will eventually be defeated by the demonic cultivators. The entire modern world has become a material library for the demonic cultivators. Countless people are killed every day so that the demonic cultivators Kenjiu extracts their souls and uses them as vaginas, and young and beautiful girls are also reduced to furnaces. Not only do they have to be humiliated, but they also have to be hummed by suckers. After the demonic cultivators wreaked havoc in this world for more than 30 years, the world has become more integrated. The righteous monks next door discovered that something was wrong, and used secret methods to maintain the consciousness of the soul in a yin vessel. Only then did they realize that the demonic cultivators actually captured the entire world of ordinary people. When the righteous monks were fighting against the demonic cultivators, the superpowers who had grown up over the past 30 years in the modern world took the opportunity to join the battlefield and join the righteous monks in destroying the demonic cultivators. In the end they won, but the world that originally had a population of several billion was now devastated, with less than 300 million people surviving in the end. Their world has been harmed by demonic cultivators and is no longer suitable for survival. Under the leadership of the leading superpower, the entire world moved to the immortal cultivating world next door. Not only did they lose their families and friends, they also lost their own world. And all this could have been avoided. After checking, Ji Chang's pulled out his consciousness and rubbed his eyebrows. The original owner's life was at least several billion, and he might not have thought of the consequences before doing it. He never thought that he was cursed by the superpower because he offended the superpower first, nor did he think that the country had trained him and given him everything for so many years, but he had pushed the whole country and even the whole world into the abyss. In the eyes of the original owner, everyone in the world owes him. He offended the superpower and bullied the other party because he was older than him. After being cursed by the other party, he blamed the superpower for everything. Even countries that did not kill people with supernatural powers were also marked down by him. When he usually goes on missions, although he cannot kill people with superpowers, he will be cruel to them within the limits of what he can do. His teammates can't stand it, so he relied on his high strength value during training to win the name of his teammates. Practice, but actually fight. Everyone knows that the original owner doesn't like people with superpowers, and even has an irritable attitude towards his teammates, but who allows him to fight? Even if he thinks that the original owner is too violent and has prejudice against people with superpowers, there is still no one. Dare you say something to him? After figuring out the outline of the previous situation, Ji Chang's began to determine the timeline. The time now is that the two worlds have gradually begun to merge. The demon cultivators have discovered the modern world, but out of caution, they are only preparing to send some of their men to test. No matter how big the country's imagination is, they never expected that there could be someone next door. This world of cultivating immortals wants to merge with theirs, and they are still trying to restrain these naughty children. That's right, to the country, people with special abilities are just naughty children. I don't know if it's because the younger you are, the easier it is to activate your powers, or because you're younger, so you're not as cautious as adult people with powers. 80% of the incidents involving people with powers that the country handles are caused by younger people with powers. Even the superpower whose original owner was permanently fixed at the age of 15 was only 8 years old at the time. Because the original owner laughed at her for being short and ruined her skirt, she was cursed by this little girl to never grow up. The original owner did not focus on this as a child and I provoked the other person first, but on this is a person with superpowers and she hurt an ordinary person, so why didn't I kill her? Because of the shadow brought by that little girl, the original owner was even more disgusted with the naughty children with superpowers. This time it wasn't some naughty child who caused trouble, but because it looked like a supernatural incident and ordinary people couldn't get close to it, they sent out their entire team. After figuring out the timeline, Ji Chang's closed his eyes and felt the aura contained in the air. This familiar, thick breath slowly drifted into his body along with the changes in his breathing. After breathing for a while, Ji Chang's felt his body relaxed a lot. I can't blame the two worlds for merging. This modern world has too little spiritual energy. If we don't get more spiritual energy, all of them will be exhausted in tens of millions of years. However, the spiritual energy floating over from the next door is too strong and too explosive. In tens of millions of years, either everyone next door will ascend, or everyone will explode together. If one of them is too full and the other is not full, if they bump into each other by chance, they will fuse together. The car was driving slowly to the place where the supernatural incident happened. Ji Chang's closed his eyes to rest, but he was actually sucking in spiritual power. The spiritual power entered his body and circulated in his body. And he adopted it for his own use. By the time the car stopped, Ji Chang's had already figured out why the spiritual power that allowed people to cultivate immortality next door became superpowers when they traveled to modern times. To put it bluntly, the body systems of people in the two worlds are different. It's like using the same noodles for cooking, but someone makes steamed buns and someone makes noodles. The world of cultivating immortals has probably always had a tradition of cultivating immortals. Spiritual power enters the body and starts practicing step by step, with the goal of ascending. But things are different here in the modern world. Although there are novels about cultivating immortals, no one thinks that it is really possible to become an immortal. Even if one obtains spiritual power, the spiritual power will go in the direction the master wishes. As a result, abilities that are more suitable for the laws of this world appeared. There are all kinds of things like Hercules, curses, things that can go up to the sky, and they can do anything. As far as Ji Chang's knows, a 5-year-old girl has awakened powers and can do a lot of things. Her attack technique is to wrap people up. But now, Ji Chang's, who knew the laws of the world, thought about it and guided the spiritual power in his body to make a few more turns. The system who is used to pretending to be dead pretends to be dead. Host, this kind of world has never been here before. Do you need to exchange your powers for me? There are also props in the system mall that can allow people to absorb spiritual power crazily and quickly increase the level of their abilities. Would the host want to use it? It's very cheap, you just need. After discovering that Ji Chang's was frantically absorbing spiritual power and rapidly increasing his power level, it silently shut up. After a while, he appeared unwillingly. Host, you are 00bi. Ji Chang's, if I don't 00bi, then what I learned in the previous world will be meaningless. Do you think there is anything wrong with this passage? System, no. But host, when did you learn this? It stands to reason that only props from the system mall can have this effect. Ji Chang's thought for a while. The 32nd world, you also said this when I was studying. System. It silently pretended to be dead again. Boss, we're here, let's get out of the car. Hey, I don't know which naughty kid is causing trouble this time. Can't these kids watch less cartoons? Coming. Ji Chang's agreed, jumped out of the car lightly, and looked into the distance with squinted eyes. It was late at night, but the front was blindingly bright. It was really blinding. Because it happened to be on the road, there was a traffic jam here. At this moment, everything was in chaos. The driver who was blocked got out of the car and was looking over here. There are traffic police trying to maintain order. The policemen in front were wearing welding masks and trying to look into the bright light. The teammates next to them could not help but cover their eyes. Is this caused by a person with superpowers? Or is it some new attack method? Ji Chang's did not answer his words, and strode forward directly. When the police came to stop him, he took out his ID and showed it to the police. After seeing him being released smoothly, his teammates also hurriedly stepped forward. Still being stopped, the teammates quickly took out their IDs to show the police. However, the policeman looked at them for a few seconds and then looked at them several times with a slightly complicated expression. I have never heard of this department. Teammates. They pointed at Ji Chang's, who was walking towards the bright spot in front of him. Then how can he get there? He is also a policeman, so of course he can go there. Teammates. Boss, did you secretly give a false witness? Ji Chang's, on the other hand, had already relied on the false evidence he had created with his supernatural powers to get through all the way and reached the bright place smoothly. The staff member who was trying to look inside saw him coming and quickly handed him a mask. "Put it on this, otherwise you will go blind." "Okay, thanks." Although he didn't need it, Ji Changs took it and politely thanked him, and then jumped down when the other party didn't react. Jump 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 jump. Finally, the soles of his shoes touched the floor of the huge pit. There was a shiny humanoid object lying on the ground. He went up and kicked it. When he didn't get a response, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his teammates. "Teammate, boss, you finally answered the phone. How are you inside? Are you a superpower? Do you need our support?" Ji Changs, the initial guess is that he is a person with supernatural powers. "I kicked him and there was no response. He is probably dead and buried directly on the spot." Humanoid object lying on the ground. Seeing Ji Changs actually hung up the phone, picked up a small shovel hanging on his waist and started digging soil and spreading it on him. He was clever and jumped up quickly to avoid being buried alive. Me, I'm still alive. I know." Ji Changs answered calmly while digging the hole, "It doesn't matter, he will die in a while." "This person." There was an expression of disbelief on his shining face. "Aren't you from the alien team? Why do you have to Shari N as soon as you come up? Shouldn't we first ask him what happened, why he was in such a big pit, why he was glowing, and why he fell here motionless? As soon as it comes up, you have to bury the corpse. You disrupt public order and waste social resources. Isn't it normal for me to kill you?" Ji Changs was fast and strong. He dug out a hole in a short time, pointed inside, and said to the superhuman who was still saying "I don't believe it, I don't believe it" on his face, "Okay, don't waste time. Go in yourself." The superpower took a step back silently. "I don't, you are deliberately committing murder, and I want to report you." Ji Changs didn't say anything nonsense. He took out the wooden warehouse and pointed it at his forehead. "Go in by yourself, or should I beat you to death and put you in again?" "Stranger." He sat tremblingly in the pit, tears streaming down his miserable face. "Are you really going to bury me alive?" Ji Changs thought the same thing. "You're right, it's not humane to bury you alive." Seeing the light of hope burst out from the superpower's face like a glowing egg, he continued, "Then beat him to death and bury him." Without waiting for the superhuman to react, Mukang Kao aimed at his forehead. The person with the superpower was so frightened that the hair on his body stood up, and the light on his body was frightened away. Without the light, the cave immediately became pitch black, and no one could see anyone. The person above noticed that the light was gone and shouted, "What's going on down there? Are the colleagues who just went down there still? Call me back." Tisk. In the darkness, the superpower heard the man making an impatient noise, and then he seemed to turn on the flashlight on his mobile phone, and the cave lit up again. The superpower who had been blinded by the light source on his body could not see the other person's face clearly. Only then did I realize that this man looked to be only a teenager. Ji Changs, who was still a teenager but wanted to bury him alive, stretched out his leg and kicked him. "Get up and tell me why you are disturbing public order here." Seeing him take out a familiar small notebook, bite open the pen holder, lower his head and start recording with an impatient expression, the superpower breathed a sigh of relief. This is the familiar way to open it. Every time you are caught by the alien insurance team, you must first explain your identity and then explain the reasons why you did what you did. After that, the sentence will be announced based on the severity of the circumstances. He is already familiar with the ways. My name is Wan Kan. I was born in a cold winter. Ji Changs interrupted directly, talk about superpowers. Wan Kan, my power is to emit intense light, sometimes accompanied by the ability to dissolve all objects. Today I fell in love with my girlfriend. Ji Changs interrupted again, Superpower, glowing light bulb, occasionally used as sulfuric acid. Tell me, this is the first time I've caused trouble. Wang Can, who was about to sadly talk about his tragic love, I can't remember clearly, but there was a reason before. The first time was because Ji Chang's raised his eyes coldly and glanced at him under the light of the mobile phone's flashlight. Wang Can. 3 times, just 3 times. Ji Chang's, do you know that if you do this, ordinary people will know the existence of superpowers? Didn't our team make it clear when we first met that every superpower must ensure that their identity cannot be leaked to anyone, ordinary people? Wang Can, I know, but Ji Chang's wrote directly in his notebook, know the law and break the law. Wang Can. No, sir, I didn't break the law, I just fell out of love today, and then Ji Chang's raised his eyes and asked him, do you know that people with superpowers can't do things that will reveal their identity? Wang Can, no. Ji Chang's, then do you think it won't make news if you create such a big hole on the road and then lie in the hole like a light bulb causing a huge traffic jam? Wang Can's voice gradually weakened, but I have a reason. Ji Chang's continued to write, knowing the law and breaking the law but refusing to plead guilty, the crime will be increased to the next level, and it is recommended to be shot directly. Wang Can. You can't write like that, that's not what I said. You are twisting my meaning, I want to report you. Ji Chang sneered. In the dim environment, the sound of Mukang loading the gun accurately fell into Wang Can's ears. Wang Can, sir, you are right. I was really too ignorant before. How could I influence the public because of my personal emotional problems? I really feel my mistake deeply and promise that I will never make it again in the future. Ji Chang's, pleaded guilty. Plead guilty. I admit it. Wang Can carefully looked at the small notebook, sir, can you cross out the one that refused to plead guilty and the one that follows? Ji Chang's glanced at him, what benefit can you give me if I cross it out? Grass. The people in this heterosexual insurance group are so good. She actually wanted benefits from him, which really ruined this young and handsome face. Wang Can cursed in his heart, reluctantly took out his wallet and handed it forward, there are 10,000 yuan in it, all for you. Ah! In the dim pit, a sneer that made Wang Can's hair bristle came again. Ji Chang's, if you expose the staff, it will be an additional crime. Wang Can, isn't this what you asked me for just now? Freely slander and accuse staff members, and then do it one more time. Wang Can shut up decisively. But just because he shut up didn't mean Ji Chang's would let him go. He took off the backpack he was carrying and pretended to dig something out of it. In fact, he used his superpower to condense a light bulb. After taking out the light bulb, he patted Wang Can's face and said, open your mouth. Wang Can was afraid that he would do something wrong again, so he could only grit his teeth and open his mouth. Then Ji Chang stuffed the light bulb into his mouth. Wang Can. He frantically tried to take out the light bulb, but it turned out that the light bulb, which was easy to get in, couldn't be taken out. He could only whine and worry. While he was anxious, Ji Chang's directly hung wires on him, and then patted his head, adjust your brightness to the light bulb. It must be the brightest, and it can only be on the light bulb. Wang Can. He won't. He is the most useless superpower, and he has never thought about practicing his superpower. Every time he gets into trouble, it is because he fails to control the brightness in his body. Moreover, even if he really practices, he concentrates the brightness on a light bulb. It's too difficult to get on. However, he whined and couldn't tell that he wouldn't come. He could only watch Ji Chang's face full of how dare you not cooperate with me, and his expression gradually turned cold. Ji Chang's, okay, count to 10. If you can't do it, you will die. Mukang Kao touched Wang Can's forehead again. Ji Chang's didn't talk nonsense at all and started counting directly. 1987654. Wan Can, damn you, you are counting so fast. I suspect you just want to kill me. He didn't know if his desire for life was too strong. He gritted his teeth and his mind was confused, and he actually managed to make the light bulb gradually turn on. It would be fine if we just cooperated earlier. The cruel and ruthless Demon King is still complaining that Wan Can is wasting too much time. Wan Can was almost scared to death. Wan Can, who had never tried to control his own powers before, said, "What do you know? I didn't know how to do anything before, but now I can do it because I was scared, okay." However, there was still a light bulb in his mouth, and he couldn't speak at all. He could only watch with grief and anger as Ji Chang's took out his backpack and poured out a pile of broken mirrors on the ground. "Wait, why do you have so many mirrors in your bag? Forget about the palm-sized ones, this mirror is almost half the size of a person. How did you take it out of the backpack?" He almost stared his eyes out, but it was useless. Ji Chang's didn't even look at him, let alone answer his questions. After finishing all the mirrors he took out of his backpack, he shouted to the top, "It's okay down there, please pull us up." Above, the teammates who finally sneaked in heard Ji Chang's voice and quickly threw down a rope. Ji Chang's took the rope off. "Teammates. Boss, what's wrong? What happened down there?" "It's okay," Ji Chang's shouted to the top while busy tying up people, "this kid is dishonest, I will tie him up." Wan Can, who was so frightened that he didn't dare to move a step, for fear that he would accidentally anger Ji Chang's and be fooled by Wan Can. The person whose mouth was gagged by the light bulb had no right to speak. He could only let Ji Chang's tie him up in grief and anger, and then tied him to another rope thrown down from above. When he was lifted up, Wan Can almost thought he was a rice dumpling, spinning in circles in the air and being lifted up bit by bit. When he was lifting it up, he could still hear the people in the heterosexual team complaining about his weight. "This guy needs to lose weight. Why is he so heavy? Damn it, why is there a light bulb in his mouth? It's so flashy. Brother, why are you eating light bulbs like this? You can't think about it? Wan Can, Oh, I just said a few words and why did I cry? It's not like that. People, who doesn't have a special hobby? If you like to eat light bulbs, just eat them. Don't worry, we people have seen the storms and waves. No, I'll look at you in a strange way. Wan Can, woo-oh. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, no need to express gratitude, we are all Chinese, it's okay. Wan Can. He gave up the struggle. When Ji Chang's came up, he saw this guy standing there with a lifeless expression, as straight as a zombie. His teammates saw him coming up and quickly gathered around him. "Boss, what's going on? Is this the person who just showed light?" Ji Chang's, after this person fell in love, he suffered mental disorder due to the severe shock. In the state of dementia, he mistakenly thought that he was a big shining light bulb, so he secretly dug a hole, hid in it and bit the light bulb. Through the principle of mirror reflection, the light was focused together, and finally it emitted such a dazzling light. Wan Can. Teammates. Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the teammates glanced at Wan Can secretly, then quietly ran to Ji Chang's and whispered, "Boss, in this case, this person is an ordinary person? Then do we have to leave quickly and leave him to the local police, cha." Ji Chang's looked at him as if he were a fool, raised his hand and slapped him on the head, "Are you stupid? The version I just said is for you to say to ordinary people, you. When? Have you seen it before? A light bulb. It shines so brightly. Every exclamation is a slap in the face." Wan Can, who was still sighing that he was so miserable after being broken up in love, met such a demon. When he saw the demon, no, Ji Chang's was so cruel to his own people, he felt a strange sense of comfort in his heart. But soon he could no longer be comforted. Balabala, a member of the alien security team, told the police what Ji Chang's had just said, and the policemen suddenly looked strangely in their eyes when they looked at Wan Can, who was tied up by Wu Huida. They took a flashlight and looked down. This time there was no strong light blocking them, and they were able to spot the broken mirrors and shovels at the bottom of the pit very smoothly. There were so many mirrors, and it seemed that they had been planning for a long time. Although this statement is nonsense, in this magical world where the news looks like a movie, no weird things seem to be so unbelievable. So, Wan Can, who still had a shining light bulb in his mouth, was just like this. Definition: a psychopath who has just lost his love and is deeply affected by his mental disorder. He treats himself as a light bulb. The car owners who were stuck here, and the reporters who came here after hearing that there was a big traffic jam due to an unknown luminous object, witnessed the scene of the mentally ill being put into the police car. The policeman kindly stood in front of the reporter and asked the reporters not to turn on the flashlight. The patient's mood is very unstable. Please don't turn on the flashlight to stimulate him. Thank you for your cooperation. Wan Can looked numb. Thank you. Now reporters know that I am a mental patient and very emotionally unstable. The first thing on the local news homepage the next day was this incident. The comments below were full of ha ha ha, and some people formed a team to try to check in the big hole that was dug. Ha 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 ha, I was laughing so hard. Although this guy is very sympathetic, I really can't help it, ha 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 ha. No, what kind of operation is it to treat yourself as a light bulb when you are broken in love? This is too ha 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 ha. Facts have proven that if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you are not afraid of becoming a mental patient. You can use the various refraction of the mirror and the size of the hole to brighten the light of the light bulb to that level. The minimum is 211. I experimented in my yard last night, and the light was not very big. I want to ask the master, did I dig the hole too shallow? Ha 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 ha, buddy, now the whole world knows that you are lovelorn, it's so miserable. Wan Can, do you have to humiliate me by reading these comments with an expressionless face and no emotion? Ji Chang's took off his phone with a cold look on his face. I'm not interested in humiliating you. I'm just kindly letting you see how others view you. Don't you think you should thank me? Wan Can gritted his teeth, I really thank you. You're welcome. Ji Chang's, since you can still be grateful to me, it seems that you are not hopeless. You can still be saved. I can remove your third felony. Wan Can, aren't you from the alien protection team? Isn't your mission to protect us? Ji Chang's, it seems that you are mistaken. The mission of the Special Protection Team has never been to protect people with special abilities like you. We just ensure that the existence of superpowers will not be revealed to ordinary people. Don't worry, with our paranormal protection team handling the aftermath, no one will ever think that you are a superpower. Wan Can. No one thought of it, and now everyone thinks he is a mentally ill patient who suffered a broken love. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 187. Since Wan Can didn't have much impact, the alien protection team couldn't control him for too long. Early the next morning, the team members yawned and complained to Ji Chang's. What on earth are the higher UPS thinking? These naughty kids cause trouble every day, causing us to get out of bed even at night to arrest them. But when we catch them, they let them go because they didn't cause any big trouble. What's this? Can't they just stay there quietly? The reason for complaining like this is because Wan Can's information has been released. Although he suffered a tragic love break, he is actually 19 years old this year. Ever since he awakened his powers at the age of 14, he has encountered some major blow every time. I can't control it. The first time was because I was afraid of being beaten by my parents because I didn't do well in the exam. The second time was because I lost my tuition fees, and the third time was because I was too excited about falling in love with a goddess. This time, it was a breakup. As an adult, the members of the heterosexual group really don't understand how one could be so heartbroken by such a thing and turn himself into a bright light bulb. What they don't understand the most is that one only needs to serve as a volunteer with their alien insurance group for 30 days, and this matter will be over. No, just ask the little brat who is crying after being heartbroken and ask him to follow you as a volunteer. Is he here to help or is he a hindrance? Ji Chang's understands the above idea very well. Nowadays, some non-this world creatures have appeared one after another across the country. The army can fight, but the casualties will be uncontrollable. However, the supernatural beings are different. They are unnatural. When strength versus unnatural forces, coupled with the assistance of an army, the superpowers often win. But they can't let some children who have just grown up or even underage to fight. As for training, the current situation is not that good. Therefore, the country can only let the alien protection team pay attention to these future. The reserve team will guard their growth path and prevent them from growing crookedly. After all, you can still be reasonable with adults, but how can you talk to some children? This is just like some children who did not like to study when they were young. Their parents told them their experiences carefully and made it clear, if you don't study hard, your grades will not be good. If your grades are not good, you will not be able to get into a good university. You will not be able to get into a good university. If you go to a good university, you will most likely not be able to find a good job after graduation. If you can't find a good job, your life will be miserable. But do children listen? The child doesn't listen. He can memorize this passage, but he will not really understand it. In his eyes, playing and fishing at the moment is the happiest and most important thing. As for the future, let's think about what happens next. Then, when the child grew up, he really didn't get into a good university, he really didn't find a good job, and his life was really hard. He regretted it, but was it useful? At this moment, he has no time to make up for it. He is married, has a child, and lives a hard and tiring life. When he sees that his child is not studying well, he will worry that the child will follow in his footsteps, and he will tell his experience carefully. Teach the children the lesson. The child won't listen, just like the child didn't listen when he was a child. So, a cycle begins again. To this group of children, the father of the country always adopts the attitude of "I'll just look at you with a smile." Anyway, with the alien protection team watching, these children can't cause any big trouble. If they do, they will be punished by the alien protection team. Caught. When they grow up and their minds mature, they will naturally realize how average they used to be. Since the establishment of the paranormal protection team, the registered superpower users have no chance to cause any trouble. Most of those who cause trouble are those who have just awakened their superpowers / have been hiding their superpowers. Take the little girl who cursed the original owner. She didn't know she had powers before she cursed the original owner. She was bullied and blurted out the curse that the original owner would never grow up. As a result, the alien team was attracted to investigate and found her. Curse abilities require energy to maintain. But she couldn't absorb energy, so the result was that she cursed the original owner to never grow up. The original owner really couldn't grow up, and she herself would also stop growing up. And because she used herself as the medium to cast the curse, she couldn't even break the curse herself. Thinking of this, Ji Chang suddenly said angrily and coldly, "Who knows what the higher UPS are thinking, but I would say these superpowers shouldn't exist." The team members who had been complaining just now didn't dare to say anything when they saw his angry look. Who didn't know that their leader hated people with superpowers the most, and every time he went out to clean up the mess for superpowers? They all had a cold face. Understandably, they would not be happy if they were cursed to never grow up. For men, it would be too cruel to freeze at the age of 15 and always look like a young boy. It is hard to find a girlfriend. The female colleagues next door accepted this very well. They would rather stay at 15 and never grow up than grow old. Although they didn't grow erections when they were 15, they had good skin and looked like a pretty loli even with makeup. Of course, just like that little girl, it's okay to be 8 years old forever. Just in time, the team member who brought Wankan came and said worriedly, "Boss, what should we do with this Wankan? He will either turn into sulfuric acid, or he can shine. It seems that following us will not be of much help." Ji Changs glanced at Wankan, who immediately stood upright after seeing him and closed his mouth tightly for fear that he would plug in the light bulb again. He sneered and asked, "If I remember correctly, it was your first time to test the power. Test it turns out that the light on your body is similar to sunlight, right?" Wankan trembled, "That seems to be true." Ji Changs turned around and asked the team members, "Did the higher UPS just approve a RV? I remember it has a solar power generation function." The team members understood instantly and clapped their hands. "Yes, charging the RV is troublesome. You have to save electricity for everything you do after you get in. We haven't used it much. Wankan can help us generate electricity during his time as a volunteer." Wankan suddenly felt something was wrong. No, wait a minute, I have a superpower. How can superpowers generate electricity? Why can't superpowers generate electricity? The irritable leader of the alien team, who had the face of a 15-year-old boy, sneered and looked at Wankan with ill-intentioned eyes. "Aren't you 19 years old? Didn't the teacher teach you? Solar energy is those who can convert electrical energy. You young people, don't think that because you have special powers, you can't study and make progress. This world is still a scientific world after all." Wankan. Other team members. He has superpowers, and it's still scientific. Wankan looked at the other members of the alien insurance team with an expression of "Is your boss okay?" As soon as the other team members made eye contact with him, they turned their heads, looked down at the ground, looked up at the sky, but did not face him head-on. In fact, it is understandable. The boss has always disliked people with superpowers and has always instilled in them the idea that people with superpowers should not exist in the world. It is normal for him to say this. Seeing that the other members of the alien protection team didn't care, Wankan said, "But the existence of the supernatural power itself is not scientific. That's why you people with superpowers need to learn. Hey, you're still too young. If you study hard, you won't even know that you can generate electricity." Being scolded by the opponent with a 15-year-old face, "You young people," Wankan swallowed his saliva and said weakly, "But I am a superpower, and my superpower is not used to generate electricity." Ji Changs asked from his soul, "So your superpower is used to dig holes and bury yourself in them to emit light and affect road traffic?" Wankan. He was speechless. But he still wanted to save himself. "It's not like there's no sun outside, why do you have to use me?" "Yes." He grabbed Wankan and walked towards the corner of the corridor. Come with me, let's have a good talk." Wankan stared straight at Ji Chang's hand, and he stuttered in fright, "What are you talking about?" Ji Chang's tone was calm, his hand slowly moved to the wooden warehouse around his waist, and he said as if it was normal, "You know nothing, except for generating electricity, there is nothing else. Let's go, I'll take you home." Wankan. Which home to go back to? Hometown. After Wankan was brought back, he learned that the person who almost buried him alive yesterday was Ji Changs, the leader of the alien team. He knows the name. People with superpowers also communicate with each other. Wankan has joined a small group of people with superpowers before. He is a timid person and doesn't dare to show his face. He always peeks into the screen to see what other people with superpowers are talking about. The name Ji Chang's was mentioned many times. Almost every supernatural being caught by Ji Chang's expressed fear and avoidance of him. The other members of the alien team were all smiling and easy to talk to, but he was bloody and violent. Last time I didn't cooperate, he almost broke my legs. It took me a long time to recover from the pain. The nightmares he had in those nights were all about him. I am a person with intuitive powers. I can feel that Ji Chang's hates people with powers. If possible, he will kill without mercy. He almost broke my arm last time. I even went to the special protection team. I reported it to the reporting office, but it was of no use. The result was that although he hit hard, I was not injured, but I was really hurt at the time. I figured it out later. I heard that he had been raped since he was a child. With training, I definitely know how to make people feel painful, but the wounds are not visible. The information I found out is that Ji Chang stayed in the alien protection team because he was cursed by a superpower and could never grow up. This person hates superpowers to the core. If you meet him, you must cooperate and must not resist. If we cooperate, he won't do anything to us against the rules, but if we resist, the fate will depend on the seniors before us. People with superpowers know the rules of the superpower group. Facing the cooperating superpowers, the superpower team cannot attack. If the person with special abilities is slightly uncooperative, the special protection team can take necessary measures. If the person with superpowers is moderately uncooperative, the team has the right to use force to incapacitate the person with superpowers, such as amputating hands and feet. If the superpower is severely uncooperative, the superpower team can directly kill the opponent. Of course, after killing the person, a report must be written, describing in detail the ins and outs of the whole incident and how the other party failed to cooperate. As long as there are no problems in the report review, then the member of the alien protection team who killed the person with the ability has only performed his or her duties. Therefore, facing members of the special protection team like Ji Chang's who hate superpowers, the way for superpowers to ensure that they are not harmed is to cooperate throughout the process and not give him an excuse to attack them. Although Ji Chang's has not killed any superpowers so far, those superpowers who have been treated roughly by him are very sure that it is because he did not find the opportunity. When he was first pulled up, Wang Ken reacted belatedly, thinking that Ji Chang's might just be trying to scare him. But when he found out that the leader was Ji Chang's, he immediately stopped thinking it was a scare. If he hadn't been so frightened that his powers failed, the people above him turned blind and asked if he had been buried alive by now. Wang Ken, who was frightened by his own imagination, shuddered suddenly and saw Ji Chang's actually grabbed his arm and dragged him out. He also said to the others, "I will send him home, and you guys stay to train." He had goosebumps all over his body, and he hurriedly struggled to run towards the alien team. "No, no, no, save me, I don't want to die." Ji Chang's chuckled, "Don't bullshit me and leave quickly. If you continue to make trouble, I will kill you." The other members of the alien protection team burst out laughing when they saw this. After all, he is still a child. He is afraid of being like this when he sees the boss being aggressive. Children these days are really capable of thinking. "I just sent him home. Where did he go? He just thought that the boss wanted to sherry and he didn't even think about the fact that we are a regular department. How could we sherry, n? Wang Ken, he will really kill me. He wanted to bury me alive at the bottom of the pit." Okay, Xiao Wang, please stop making trouble. Who asked you to cause trouble yesterday? Even if you don't want to in these 30 days, you will still follow us. No. He really wants to bury me alive. Really? One of the team members laughed and said, "Didn't you lie on the ground yesterday and didn't move?" The leader said it when he came back and said that he thought you were dead when you didn't move, so he wanted to bury the person first so that the light source would be covered by the soil. As a result, I just got some dirt on you and you jumped up. Wang Ken was stunned. He looked back at Ji Chang's in disbelief. The 19-year-old student who was still young and had not entered the society could not believe that there were people in the world who were so confusing between right and wrong. I didn't. He knew I was alive. Seeing that he was anxious, the team members all laughed. You kids are always like this, taking your fantasies seriously. Remember the kid I met last time? I think he was about 16. He had the power to conjure flowers out of thin air. It made me laugh to death. He sent flowers to the neighbor next door all day long. The trouble that time happened was because of his power. He lost control and filled his entire house with flowers. He came back and told us that he thought his neighbor's sister liked him, which made me laugh so hard. Yes, 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 I remember this. Didn't we find someone to pretend to be a flower shop owner later, saying that we were going to open a dried flower shop, but the delivery person recognized the wrong door, and her door was not closed, so I sent all the flowers to their house. They were really good at coming up with such a nonsense reason. The key is that the family believed it, and the colleague even apologized to them in a decent way. Children always have a lot of ideas. When they leave school and go out into society, they will realize how funny their previous ideas were. After talking about the past, they laughed together for a long time. Wang Can. He watched as Ji Chang's eyes became colder again, looking at him as if he were looking at a dead person, and his hands had already begun to rub the wooden warehouse. Want to die? It seems like he really means it. Another team member didn't forget to smile and look over here after he finished speaking. Okay, Xiao Wang, it's late today anyway, so you can go back with the leader. We will discuss in detail what you do tomorrow. Wang Ken screamed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait until tomorrow. In the end, no matter how much he cried, Ji Chang's was not affected and dragged him forward with a cold face. However, none of the team members who looked very reliable with bulging muscles didn't notice anything was wrong and just smiled like this. Watch him being dragged away. Wang Can. I can. I want to generate electricity. Please let me generate electricity. I want to generate electricity so much. Ji Chang's paused while dragging him forward. Even though his face was young, it was clear that the leader of the alien team looked at him with a regretful look. Really? Don't you want to cooperate? Wang Ken was sweating even more violently. What's the matter with your regret? Are you really going to use my lack of cooperation as an excuse to kill me? What's the point of being a human dynamo when your life is about to disappear? I was wrong, I want to cooperate now, really? The regret in Ji Chang's eyes only increased. He spoke in a rare gentle tone and asked, I think your attitude seems to be that you were forced to say this. Don't force yourself. Just say what you want. It's okay. As long as you don't want to do it, our heterosexual insurance team will never force you. Wang Ken was afraid that he would think that he had a bad attitude and a reluctance, so he immediately looked serious and had a correct attitude. I want to contribute to the alien insurance group was written all over his eyes. I want to cooperate. I really want to cooperate. I was wrong before. I knew that the existence of superpowers could not be shown to others, but I still caused a big traffic jam on the road at night because of my own personal affairs. I was wrong. I am guilty and I must make up for my mistakes. I will definitely make up for it. Please give me this opportunity to generate electricity for the Ubeo group. Tisk. The person in front of him maintained a regretful expression, pushed him to the other members, and said angrily, this kid agreed again, you take him to study how to charge the RV. Seeing his unhappy look, the others laughed and said, Boss, Xiao Wang has already agreed. Why are you still so unhappy? Just smile. Ji Chang's really showed a smile. However, the smile only had a very small arc on the left corner of the mouth, and his eyes were still cold. He stared directly at Wang Ken and said slowly, I'm happy, of course I'm happy. Xiao Wang also wants to be the third-party member of our alien insurance team. 10 days of volunteering, I'm really looking forward to getting along with you in the future. Wang Ken swallowed and couldn't help but shudder. No matter how you look at it, this smile looks like the kind of villain in a TV series, doesn't it? Brother, look at your leader, is his smile a little bit penetrating? Huh? Is there any? One of the members of the alien team who was slapped on the arm by Wang Ken tremblingly looked up at Ji Chang's. Isn't this normal? Wang Ken. He looked at Ji Chang's, who had an evil look on his face, and then at the team members who looked familiar, his eyes filled with question marks. Is this normal? Is it normal for your alien security team to call such a villain's typical sinister smile normal? Yes. Oh, you think the boss is fierce, don't you? Don't be afraid, the boss has always been like this. In fact, except for his bad temper, his tendency to hit people, and his harsh words, which looks a bit sinister, there is nothing wrong with him. Just get used to it. Wang Ken. He said numbly, oh, it seems like he really has no shortcomings at all. It's not that there are no shortcomings, but they're not big problems. After being uncomfortable with it at the beginning, the members of the foreign insurance team now understand their leader very well. Who else would never grow up and be happy? Especially since they are obviously the same age. After finishing errands, they all went out to drink together, and they all brought their girlfriends, except for the leader. It was strange that he could smile with a smile on his face. He was afraid of patting Wang Ken on the shoulder. My boss has been hating superpowers ever since he was cursed by a superpower. He feels that superpowers are uncontrollable and not as reliable as science and technology, so he is inevitably a bit harsh towards you superpowers. Don't mind, just get through these 3 months. Wang Ken. He turned his head and glanced at Ji Chang's, who was looking at him with a sneer, feeling that he might not survive 3 months. Next, in order to prevent Ji Chang's from finding a reason to kill him, Wang Ken, who was lazy at home, was the most diligent in the foreign security team. He was busy mopping the floor and cleaning the table, and the foreign security team went out to work. When he was there, he would sit quietly in the back holding the solar panel and act as a tool man. When the paranormal protection team does not receive an emergency mission, they usually do daily tasks, drive around with a superpower detector, look for those with newly awakened superpowers, or those who have awakened but hidden superpowers, and then register and record them in the book. Along the way, Wang Ken had no time to spare, because all he needed to do was shine. He simply washed and cooked behind the RV while shining, and at night, he also served as a human-shaped illuminator. In this regard, the members of the alien team who were frightened by the torture of the naughty children were quite moved. Once the car stopped, and seeing Wang Ken volunteering to get out of the car to set up the barbecue grill, the supernatural beings who stayed in the car sighed while blowing on the air conditioner comfortably. What a good kid. This is the first time I've seen such a sensible person with powers. When I saw him record 3 times before, I thought he was some immature kid. I didn't expect him to be so well behaved. Ji Chang's, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said, I like him too. Yeah, there are too few such sensible and obedient children nowadays, especially those group of superpowers. Each one is more irritating than the other. They feel that they have done nothing wrong when they get into trouble. For good children like Wang Ken, we will let him be better. After saying this, the team members saw a rare look of approval on their leader's face. He even lamented, such an older child should be in school, but he has to travel with us for a month. I don't know how many courses will be missed. Yes, but there is nothing we can do. If they make mistakes and are not punished, I am afraid that these children will become even more lawless in the future. The punishment will not be harsh, nor will the punishment be light. It can only be this kind of volunteer punishment. Don't worry, he asking for advice is a formal procedure and will not affect your studies. Ji Chang shook his head. I haven't studied for a month, how can it not affect me? Moreover, if he can't learn knowledge and feel the influence of science for a month, what if he thinks that superpowers can defeat science? Other team members, well, he seems to think that superpowers can defeat science even if he learns them. After saying this, their usually irritable leader had a rare and worried look on his face after hearing this. No, that's not possible. After all, superpowers are not something you can learn by yourself. Only the technology and science we build step by step can be trusted. Other team members, but Ji Chang's resolutely said, no buts. I will guide him to the right path. After saying that, he opened the door and got out of the car with a tigerish face. Boss, what are you doing? Buy books. In the car, the team members who watched him run away looked at each other in confusion. Boss, his heterophobia seems to be getting worse again. The shadow of childhood is understandable. What about Wan Can? I don't know what the boss will do. It shouldn't be too much. The boss seems to like Wan Can quite a bit. The others thought the same thing, and after chatting for a few words, they did not continue the topic. So, at night, Ji Chang sat across from Wan Can, who dared not let himself be idle after a busy day. Wan Can. He quietly glanced at the other members in the giant RV and stammered, boss, what do you want from me? I washed my clothes and dishes, and the battery was fully charged. I even mopped the floor today. The implication is, I have done so much, am I cooperative enough? Ji Chang's opened his backpack, took out several thick books, placed them in front of Wan Can, and said in a calm tone, if I remember correctly, you are in this major. Wan Can looked at the pile of books in front of him that could kill people, and he began to have a bad premonition in his heart. Yes. Hearing his admission, Ji Chang's pushed the books directly in front of him. Come, in order not to affect your studies because of volunteering, I will give you extra classes. Wan Can. He almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Take up lessons. Make up lessons. Seeing him like this, Ji Chang's expression, which seemed to be in a good mood, immediately turned cold. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of giving you extra lessons? Wan Can, it's not that you don't deserve to be so serious, but I remember that boss, you seem to have joined the alien insurance group after you were 15 years old, and you didn't go to school for long. Snapped. A wooden warehouse was placed heavily on the table. Wan Can, learn and practice. Boss, you are right. How can I neglect the pursuit of knowledge just because I am a volunteer? I must always remember that I am not only a superpower, but also an ordinary college student. Study. I will study now. Only then did Ji Chang smile with satisfaction, and his gaze was filled with the kindness of a child can be taught. I called my colleagues at your school and asked, have you learned this, right? Come on, review the previous content first. As he spoke, he took out a test paper from his backpack. Wan Can. He breathed hard, trying hard not to be so timid and to shrink into a ball, and whispered, this is a passing score of 60 points, right? Ji Chang's glanced at him doubtfully. Why do you have such an idea? 60 points? That's the standard for ordinary poor students. Who are you? You are a superpower. Although I look down on you superpowers, but it is undeniable that since you have this ability, you will be better in the future. The probability is that you will do something for the country. Do you know how difficult it is to get into the national government? You can't even reach the bottom. Wan Can, I am a person with superpowers, do I still have to take the exam? Ji Chang's looked at him like a fool, what else? But can't he just use the superpower directly? The national units we will enter in the future should be different from those that ordinary people take exams for. His voice gradually became lower and lower along with Ji Chang's increasingly irritable eyes, until it was almost inaudible at the end. But Ji Chang's had good ears and could hear everything clearly. He directly picked up Mukang. Wan Ken was so frightened that he shrank, quickly held his head and squatted skillfully. I was wrong, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. After waiting for no movement for a few seconds, he looked up again and found Ji Chang's looking at him with an expression of unspeakable anger. Who wants to kill you? I'll let you watch me demolish the wooden warehouse. He moved quickly and quickly dismantled the wooden warehouse and threw it on the table. He said to Wan Ken, who had not yet reacted, I am the special department. Dismantling the wooden warehouse is only the most basic thing we need to learn. You know that to become a qualified, what do the members of the alien protection team need to know? Assembling wooden warehouses, who zero proportions, making homemade weapons, I can even accurately draw the assembly drawings of cannons, the internal structure of rockets, and the structure of warships. I know these. What about you? What do you know? Eat? Sleep? Use your powers as light bulbs. Wan Ken was stunned. The other members of the alien team who were eavesdropping on Wan Ken because they thought it was funny were also stunned. They never expected that Ji Chang's, who seemed to have such a bad temper, could actually know so many things. Isn't it obvious that he only used wooden warehouses like them on a daily basis? Wan Ken was indeed shocked by what Ji Chang said. But his little head still turned around, and he retorted wittily, that's not right, you have to learn so much because you don't have powers. I have powers. I just need to practice my powers well. Ah. As Ji Chang sat down, he quickly reassembled the wooden warehouse with his hands. He leaned back in the chair, raised his eyelids slightly, and showed a standard mocking expression. Just practice your superpowers well. Let me ask you, what is light energy? What can light energy be used for? Everyone knows that sunlight is very hot when it is focused to a certain point. Since your superpower can be absorbed by solar panels, it means you can do it too. When you need to focus, do you know which angle can focus the hottest high-temperature heat? You can corrode many things by yourself. Have you never thought that it is not corrosion at all, but that the temperature on your body is so high that it will directly melt the things you come into contact with? If so, how can you control the energy in yourself? What can you use to control this energy of yours? And now, you have used a lot of your powers today and feel exhausted, right? Then have you ever thought about where the energy for your powers comes from? Is it your mental power, or what element is grabbed from the air? Wait until once it's used up, what can you do to replenish these abilities, and what elements are needed to replenish these abilities? Wan Ken. Other people. Facing a car full of blank faces, Ji Chang's glanced around mockingly with an absolute advantage, then directly picked up the book in Wan Ken's hand and threw it in his face. 60 points, hee, do you want to burn yourself to death due to lack of knowledge in the future? Wan Ken maintained his dumbfounded expression. His emotions told him that superpowers are superpowers and science is science. Why are superpowers related to learning mathematics, physics, and chemistry? But reason is speaking. Ji Chang's is right. If he doesn't learn, he can only fumble around blindly. But if he learns, he can follow the same idea bit by bit. But, if this happens, his entire worldview will collapse. Isn't he a superpower? Why do people with superpowers also need to learn? Wan Ken finally opened his mouth with difficulty and found his voice. Then, is it only my kind of superpower that needs to be learned, or do all superpowers have to learn it? Ji Chang's glanced at him coldly, very confidently. Of course all superpowers must learn it. As for a person with water powers, water can turn into ice as long as it reaches a certain level. So at what point? If the person with powers doesn't learn, How will he know what to do to turn the water in his hand into ice? Turn into ice, and after boiling, water can turn into scalding hot water to attack. Does he know what degree of water can Shari'an? Do you know what degree of water can make people burn and lose mobility but not die? To attack someone and put a ball of water on the other person's face so that the other person can't breathe, does he know how to control the time so that the other person will not die but will no longer be able to resist? You people with superpowers think that because you are superpowers, you are lawless. Without knowledge and science to support you, you can only be a light bulb, and water superpowers can only pay less for water. Ha, 6 very. Wan Can. Members of the Alien Insurance Group. There have been people with water powers before, but he never thought that water powers could be used like this. He thought that at most he could only save some water bills. When he registered, he said that he would open a water store in the future. Factory. At this moment, their brain circuits are exactly the same. It turns out that if you don't study hard, it's useless to get superpowers. Wan Ken lowered his head in a daze and went to do the papers. Ji Changs went out to enjoy the breeze. After standing there for a while, other members of the alien team came over. I was very embarrassed and asked, "Boss, what about those rockets and cannons you just said? Do you really know the structure? But you just said that these are qualified members of the alien team, but we neither will." Ji Changs held a piece of grass in his mouth and turned around with an angry expression. Without further ado, he took out a pen and paper and drew a disassembly diagram of the cannon. After finishing the drawing, he asked the team members, "Do you have any questions?" Team member, "Boss is really awesome." The rainbow fart was useless. Ji Changs waved directly to the team members, "Head, lower your head." The team members grimaced and lowered their heads. Ji Changs started to lose his mind, holding grass in his mouth, with a grumpy face. That's why. That's why. You are all so special. Unqualified. You're so weird. You're not up to standard. It's like this. You're so weird. You're competing with me for the position of leader. You want to die? Do you want to die? I have to get you all down. Only then can I be the leader. Right? Right? Don't think it'mudi. I don't know. You all say I'm not that strong. Come on. Come on. Draw me a picture of the rocket. You guys do it. After beating each person one by one, he waved his hands and said, "Your hands are sore. Each of you will stand with a bowl of water on your head for an hour." The members of the alien insurance team quickly pulled each other and ran away. I didn't say before that we were required to learn these things. I didn't know that being a leader requires us to know so much. I know that I won't compete for the position of leader. Okay, then I have suffered so much. I always feel that the boss hit me the hardest. Does he hate me for almost taking away the boss position? If he had told me earlier that he would be so many, I don't think so. Aren't you going to steal it? Ji Changs frowned and shouted, "You're still chattering, aren't you?" The team members shrank their necks and quickly grabbed bowls of water. I'm still muttering in my heart. You said you were so strong. If you said so, wouldn't we stop snatching it from you? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 188. Ji Changs had been outside blowing in the wind until his whole body was smooth, and then he threw away the weeds he had been holding and turned back to the RV. As soon as he walked over, he found a group of rough men standing in a row at the edge of the RV with grimaces, carefully holding water on their heads. I didn't dare to move the bowl. Seeing him coming, they quickly stood up straight and showed a flattering smile to Ji Changs without moving. "Boss, we know we were wrong. Don't be angry. We will study hard in the future and strive to pass the exam." "Am I angry with you for not being qualified?" Ji Chang sneered, Whether you are qualified or not is none of my business. Anyway, you have memorized them one by one. Who dares to miss the position under my S? It's about who you're targeting, do you understand? Each of the strong men who were at least 2 heads taller than Ji Chang's, who was 15 years old, trembled when they heard this, understood. They were relieved when Ji Chang's opened the door and entered. Good guy, before they just suspected that the boss was targeting people like them who were competing for positions, but they didn't expect the boss to say so directly. This is strange to say. When they didn't say anything, they felt that the leader was acting sinisterly and was behind the scenes. Now that Ji Chang's had made it clear to himself, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the leader is petty, vindictive, irritable, and angry, he made people relax a lot by saying so straightforwardly, because you are competing with me for position, I am going to target you. Look, let me just say that the boss has been targeting me before. He really hates me competing with him for the boss position. The boss is really getting more and more irritable. He didn't just target him before, but now he is targeting him again. Is one of you provoking him again? Do you think the curse really only caused the leader to lose his health? Why do I think he has the same mind as a 15-year-old child? He is so childish that he has held a grudge for so long. How dare you call the boss childish? Tell me, are you the one who made the boss angry? How dare I? When I provoked the boss, he didn't give us a little stumbling block. It's probably because he felt unhappy when he talked about the competition for the boss. The boss just said no before. After we competed with him last time, he said he admired me, and then took me to winter swimming. My mother almost froze me to death. The boss also said that he admired me and valued me. Then he used the excuse of catching people with superpowers to let me participate in the Big Eater competition. I couldn't recover for 3 days after eating. The guy over there said he really likes Wan Kan. Look, he's such a good kid. He was so embarrassed when he was forced to take the test paper. When I came out, his face was gray. As he was talking, one of the team members suddenly said, "Have you noticed that the way the boss likes to value people seems to be different from ordinary people?" Others recalled it and found that this was really the case. It seems that the more he likes and values people, the more vicious he becomes. The moment they discovered the truth, several team members who had been plotted against were shocked, and others quickly recalled whether their leader had ever said they valued them. People really value me, but the boss is so important that his life is terrible. Okay, stop talking. Let the boss see it later and give us another note. When the men heard this, they shut up one after another, looked carefully at the closed car door, and did not dare to speak. In the car, through the car window, I saw Wan Ken standing in a row outside. He felt that the information in the group was wrong. The leader of the group not only attacked people with supernatural powers, he was also very comfortable attacking his own people. Ji Chang's, who was leaning on his seat and reading a book, noticed that he was peeking outside furtively. He frowned and raised his eyes. "What are you looking at? You are still looking at others at 60. Wan Kan." He didn't dare to say a word, lowered his head and continued to write papers. Finally, the paper was finished, and Wan Kan gingerly handed it to Ji Chang's. The leader of the alien insurance group, who looked like a junior high school student, took out his pen with an impatient expression and started correcting without thinking. Wan Kan worked on the papers for more than an hour, and he finished correcting them all in less than 5 minutes. After the correction was completed, under Wan Kan's fearful and cautious gaze, Ji Chang said, "I was wrong to say you were 60 points before." Wan Kan breathed a sigh of relief. Not remembering to eat or take a fight, he immediately broke into a relaxed smile on his face. It's okay, I forgive." Snapped. Ji Chang slammed the test paper on the table. Wan Kan trembled in fright, and his smile gradually disappeared. 60 points is overestimating you. See for yourself how wrong you are. After all, you are a superpower. You are not even as good as an ordinary poor student. Do you really think that you can sit back and relax because you are a superpower? Ordinary people can find a job without superpowers. Can you find a job like me? If I ask you to fight with superpowers now, can you beat me? However, you are still naughty. Why don't you lower your head? Wang Can, who was scolded and didn't dare to say a word, huh? What kind of head? Ji Chang stared at him sinisterly. You have such a stupid mind that you are so complacent and arrogant even if you can't get a score of 60 or so. Wang Can. He shrunk his neck and quickly lowered his head. When the height was high enough, Ji Chang's flexed his wrists, and his head collapsed in a skilled manner. You still think you are quite capable, right? Make trouble. Cause a big traffic jam. Make me get up in the middle of the night to work overtime. Let me wipe your butt. You dare to work overtime? I'll chop your ass off. The car door opened, and a member of the alien team held a bowl and carefully poked his head out. Boss, half an hour is up, can we come in? After meeting the eyes of Ji Chang's, who was gritting his teeth and looking furious as he was talking about Wang Can, he silently swallowed the rest of his words and quickly said with a strong desire to survive, Boss, are you hungry this late at night and want to have a midnight snack? We will cook noodles for you outside. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the car door, turned around and ran away. Other people's voices could still be heard vaguely outside. What are you doing? Didn't you ask the boss if he could let us go back? Hurry, hurry, cook the noodles. Why are you cooking noodles? It's late at night and you're hungry. Let me tell you, the boss is angry at Xiao Wang inside. I asked him why he was so angry today. He still remembered that Xiao Wang made him work overtime, so he vented his anger today. I told him you said, he is angry now, we don't want to go in and be cannon fodder. After the boss has vented his anger on Xiao Wang, we will send the noodles over. The boss will want to sleep when he is full. After he eats, we will fall asleep. It's safe. Wang Can. No, are you just going to ignore me by default? Sure enough, human relationships are changing, and the world is changing. I used to act like a little king, but when something happened, he threw me down to attract fire and ran outside to hide. Sure enough, what the teacher said about society being full of old-timers is true. He had a grimace on his face. His brain collapse was not as painful as he imagined, but he was afraid that the irascible leader of the alien team would get angrier as he talked and take out the wooden warehouse to send him to his death. I can only admit my mistake honestly. I made a mistake. I will never dare to do it again. I will be a good person in the future and never use my powers blindly. I will not attract attention anymore. Seeing that he had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, Ji Chang stopped his hand and just stared at him with a somewhat appreciative look. When children cause trouble, they are mostly doing it out of idleness. Okay, I'll give you a chance. From now on, you will go to school and practice your powers after class. I will give you extra lessons. For powers like yours, you can learn optics. I happen to be involved in it. I can make up lessons for you. I will make a copy of your class schedule in the future. I can make up lessons at any time except eating, sleeping and attending classes. Wang Can, I am that one, a liberal arts student. Ji Chang's looked at him with a look that said, you're confused. Can't liberal arts students learn science knowledge? Who made the rules? You call him over, and I'll talk to him. While talking, his hands moved to the wooden barn. A natural look like what I say is the truth. If you don't agree, then I will send you to see the truth. Wang Can. No, no, I'll learn. He bit the bullet and forced himself to review the previous content. He studied with such dedication for almost half an hour. The group of people outside estimated the time and carefully knocked on the door. "Boss, the noodles are ready. Add ham, eggs, and coriander. It's very spicy and numb." Wang Can keenly noticed that Ji Chang's face looked better when he heard that he was eating. "Why are you so stupid? You can't understand such a simple thing." Expression on his face was gone. He opened the car door and jumped out. Went straight towards the pot. Seeing him coming over from the pot, a team member quickly took a bowl and put some noodles in it for him, and handed it to him with a flattering expression on his face. "Boss, I put some sausages on your noodles for you." Wang Can. No wonder the reporting department doesn't see anything wrong with Ji Chang's treatment of people with special abilities, because he treats his colleagues the same way. "Xiao Wang, come down and eat noodles." A team member ran to the car and called him. When Wang Can got out of the car, he realized that his legs were weak. Scared, definitely scared. I don't know why, but Ji Chang seems to have a ferocious aura about him, and when he gets angry, it seems to make people breathless. He is obviously a person with superpowers. Wang Can rubbed his chest and thought, this might be a suppressed aura. He asked the team member who called him in a low voice, "Is your leader a bit fierce?" "It's more than that, I'm telling you." The team members also beeped in a low voice, "Our leader is not only fierce, but also very petty. Don't offend him. I will sue you." Before, our alien team selected the boss, and a few of us signed up. "Good guy, can you stab him?" It was a hornet's nest. The boss looked at us with a sinister look at that time. Later, when he became the boss, he kept making trouble for us secretly. We also suspected it, but there was no evidence, so we kept guessing. Wang Can, who had not yet left school, was filled with indignation. How can this be? Everyone is competing fairly, why does he not let you sign up, and why does he actually cause trouble behind his back? It's too much, didn't you complain to him? Just because the reason why you signed up is too flimsy. Yes. We also felt that it was untenable, so when we discussed it behind the scenes, we all wondered if he knew that we had secretly nicknamed him Little Man before. Wang Can, who was about to continue to condemn Ji Chang's, choked. How can a man be called short, even if he is really short? His aggrieved heart suddenly went cold. Thinking about Ji Chang's angry look as if he could explode, he sighed with sincerity, "It's amazing that you are still alive." The team members also felt that they were very strong for not being beaten to death by the leader. He continued to recall, guessing based on Ji Chang's character, it's also possible that the boss didn't expect us to be such rubbish and dare to sign up, which caused him to waste so much time. We are all quite unjust about this. Then he never said that he thought we were all unqualified. If he had said no, it would have been fine. If we had known that he would do so much and still hold a grudge, we would not have dared to give me a nickname. As he spoke, the team member suddenly patted Wang Can on the shoulder gratefully, "Speaking of which, we have to thank you." Wang Can suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you mean?" The team member sighed, "Before you didn't come, the leader looked gloomy every time he looked at us, as if he wanted to kick us down. Since you came, he doesn't look at us like that anymore. This is how he looks at you." Wang Can. "We estimate that you made him work overtime before and caused a wave of hatred, so now the boss's attention is on you and he doesn't bother to torment us. He has devoted himself to tormenting you." Wang Can, "No, you can't. Didn't you tell me when you got off the bus that the boss liked me?" "Yes, he really likes you." The team member imparted his experience as if he had been there before. "This is how the boss likes people. Before, he said he admired me and wanted to promote me. But the last time I went to clean up the mess of a fire superpower, he almost kicked me over. At first, I thought he was deliberately trying to get revenge on me. But after a few days of observation, I discovered that the way he likes someone is to treat you with behavior that he thinks will be good to you. For example, the boss likes you very much, so he wants you to study hard and practice your powers. He valued me before, so he took me to various dangerous places to train me. Just get used to it. Wan Can. Understood. Others like to value a person who is caring and considerate, but Ji Chang's likes a person who trains him to improve his abilities. A top student would probably like this kind of attention, but how could he, a poor student, be able to handle it? Then, I can't do this, it's okay to practice my powers, let me learn optics, I'm a liberal arts student, that's a science major, I'm so separated from each other, how can I learn? I never expected that people with superpowers would actually learn this. The team member patted him on the shoulder sympathetically, it's okay, brother, we brothers all got through it this way. You just need to hold on until there is someone more important to you. Then you will be able to escape the sea of misery just like us yet. Next. Wan Can finally felt a little hope and looked at the team members expectantly, how long did you wait for the next one? Team member, isn't it just you? I've been waiting for almost a few years. Wan Can. Wan Can. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't force a word out of his throat. Okay, don't think about it, let's start eating. If you think about it this way, although the boss is a bit fierce, his original intention is really for your own good, right? Once you learn these things, you won't be able to use your powers easily in the future. In fact, the boss is not that scary, as long as you can be a good person, it will be fine. As he spoke, he suddenly paused and added, of course, this standard of excellence is set by the leader himself. Just, optics and stuff, you know. Wan Can. He felt that there was no one in the world who was more miserable than himself. When he got to the pot, Ji Chang's finished his meal quickly and put down his chopsticks. He yawned and looked a little sleepy on his face. This sleepy look was somewhat in line with the face of a teenager. I'm going to bed. You guys, please be honest with me. Put your things away after eating. Don't make any noise when you get in the car. If anyone dares to disturb my sleep, I will let him sleep with his head next to my butt. After hearing this, they were confused for a moment. How could they sleep with their heads touching their buttocks? It took them a few seconds to realize that the translation of the sentence was I'll twist off his skull. One by one, they quickly touched their necks and said, yes, don't worry, boss, we will never disturb you. Ji Chang's yawned and went to bed. It wasn't like he was pretending, he really wanted to sleep. Teenagers' bodies are like this. They get sleepy after eating. Just as he put his hand on the door handle to open the door, everyone's cell phones started ringing. He stopped his hand, turned his head suddenly, and started shouting angrily, which superpower is causing trouble again? Can't they, superpowers, make trouble during the day and workdays? It has to be at night, right? It has to be in my home you make trouble when you want to sleep, right? Even if the anger was not directed at them, others still felt a surge of anger inexplicably, making them breathless. If you think about it concretely, it's like the air was suddenly so compressed that you didn't dare to move. No one dared to move, including Wan Can, who was a superhuman. Waiting for Ji Chang's to curse, he took out his cell phone, cursed twice more, and slammed the car door with a stinking face. His uncle, let's go to the East District. After he got on the bus, the others suddenly relaxed and took deep breaths. Wan Can struggled to pull open his collar so that he could breathe more easily, and struggled to squeeze out a voice from his throat. W0 Kai, the boss, he is so scary, I couldn't breathe just now. Who isn't? W0 Kai, his aura is really amazing. Is this the world of the strong? Someone gasped and asked Wan Can, logically speaking, you are a person with superpowers. You should not be affected by ordinary people. You can't do it no matter what. Wan Ken thought for a while, maybe I'm too useless. Hey, I'm a famous useless person among our group of superpowers. People's water system can even run water plants, so I can only shine light and be used as a light bulb. The team member comforted him, it's okay, Xiao Wang, haven't you discovered the power generation function now? You can open a power plant in the future. They didn't think much about it. After all, Ji Chang's had been quite scary when he got angry before. Just as they were slowing down, the car window was violently opened. The leader of the alien team, who was furious because he couldn't sleep smoothly, shouted at them, "You are all stupid. Why are you just standing there? Why don't you get in the car and follow me to see who is causing trouble at night? Come on, boss, don't be angry, we're coming." Everyone, including Wan Can, got on the car one by one like a quail, and no one dared to make a sound while sitting in their seats. A team member ran over to drive. Ji Chang's, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and glanced coldly at the quails behind him. They are all idle, right? Don't you want to draw a cannon? Let's practice. Practice, let's practice now. Wan Ken was sympathizing with the team members who were obviously players with physical strength but still had to work hard with their brains before he could sympathize with him for 2 or 3 seconds. Ji Chang's firepower turned to him, "And you? It's not a big deal to get such a low score in the test. I'm idle. You don't know how to read a book if you have the time. The future of national construction depends on your generation. You don't know how to use it if you have superpowers, such as quantum communications, solar power generation, laser weapons, and unmanned driving. Do you know that face recognition is all optical?" Wan Ken cautiously said, "I have learned to generate electricity now. I can make solar power now. You can't even do laser weapons. You still have the nerve to take a look. Look at it. You superpowers are really inferior to each other. It pisses me off to death. What are you looking at? Drive carefully and watch the road." After blaming everyone, Ji Chang's let out a long breath, closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. The car drove for almost half an hour and then stopped. Other colleagues who were responsible for detecting the movements of these superpowers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this familiar RV, and hurried over to open the door. "You are here, that superpower." The rest of his words were choked in his throat after seeing the situation in the car. In the car, several bulging members of the heterosexual team were gathering together and writing and drawing seriously. In the back seat, Wan Ken was sitting upright, with a look like "I love learning, loving me" on his face, while he was reading a book and doing it wildly. Notes: the car is filled with the good atmosphere of loving learning. Colleague: I remember that my old colleagues never mentioned to me that all members of the heterosexual insurance group love learning. Ji Chang's, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took off his blindfold and jumped out of the car with a grumpy look on his face. "Tell me what's going on." Oh, you are the discipline team of the Alien Protection Group, right? This is it. This is a person with a superpower that has not been registered before. It seems that it is a flying type. Now people are still flying in the sky, because they can't fly high, and there are already people below. Ordinary people noticed it, and some people even filmed it and posted it online. We can't communicate with the superpowers in the sky now, nor can we delete the videos circulating on the internet. After all, you know this kind of thing. The more we delete it, the more others will think it is true. Now we are asking your special protection team to get the person. Come down. It's okay now at night, but there are more people here during the day. If someone uses a telescope or something to look at it, this matter won't be covered up. Ji Chang's looked at the direction that his colleague from the exploration team was pointing, and sure enough he saw a small black dot flying left and right in the sky. Someone below noticed the situation and gathered together in twos and threes. Video and photo taking. He took the telescope handed to him and looked into the sky. Sure enough, he was a person with superpowers. He was floating and flying in the sky with a face full of excitement. He saw someone below looking up and waving to them excitedly. He is about 17 or 18 years old. It is another troublesome age that is neither too old nor too young. Bring the drone. As a group of aliens who have battled wits and courage with supernatural beings countless times, they have so many tools that they can fill up 4 rooms and 2 halls, including at least 10 drones alone. The team member controlling the drone controlled it to fly towards the person with superpowers. Ji Changs held the binoculars and watched the drone fly to the opponent. The opponent nodded at the drone curiously, but had no intention of attacking. Communicate with him and ask him to come down. The team member nodded and said warmly with a steady and convincing voice, "Hello, I am a member of the National Department's Alien Protection Team. We are responsible for supervising that people with supernatural powers cannot appear in public. I know that I have just become a person with supernatural powers. You must be feeling very complicated and scared, please believe us, we. Supernatural group. Oh my God, is it the Dragon group? Are there other superpowers in this world? Can they also fly? Am I a rare species now? Will you give me money? Am I famous? We'll talk about this later, okay? Please cooperate with our work. Superpower, no, wait, you won't trick me into going down and dissect me. What evidence do you have to prove that you are a member of the country? And why don't you let others know about the existence of superpowers? They don't know about me. If I exist, then you can do whatever you want to me. Yes, I don't believe you. I want to ensure my own safety. Only if everyone knows the existence of me, a superpower, will you dare not touch me. Team member. This was the first time he had encountered such a supernatural being who could figure things out. He turned to look at Ji Chang's and asked, "Boss." A blue vein appeared on Ji Chang's forehead and he grabbed the microphone. "Don't give us any conspiracy theories here. You should think about how many days you will be imprisoned for interfering with public order. Come down here. What's your attitude? Are you really from the State Department? I want to report you." When it was over, the other team members felt their hairs stand on end, and the leader couldn't bear to hear the word report. Sure enough, Ji Chang started to sneer. "Okay, just tell me whether you will cooperate with me or not. The superpower relies on his confidence in the sky. I won't cooperate, so what can you do to me? I'm a superpower. If you are really some kind of superpower, you'd fly up to find me." Ah. Ji Chang's turned to look at the team members. "You all heard it? He said he would not cooperate." Team members, but, he may be just young. Ji Chang's turned around and faced him with his 15-year-old face. Who do you think looks younger, me or him? Team members. Wang Can's heart was beating loudly. "I'm coming." People in the group said that Ji Chang's would be cruel to those who didn't cooperate. According to regulations, the superpowers above did not cooperate with the Special Protection Team. In order to prevent him from exposing all the superpowers to others, even if Ji Chang's beat him to death, no one could say a word. Ji Chang's was obviously not as cruel as the legend said. At least before he beat the opponent to death, he asked him coldly, "Are you sure you won't come down?" The superpower above naturally didn't know what he was about to face, and was still wandering around very proudly. "I won't go down, you come up." Ji Chang's turned around and got into the car and took off his big backpack. He dug around and took out a handful of arrows. "Wang Can. No, are you really going to shoot someone to death?" Compared to his shock, the team members were obviously much calmer. "Boss, you can't reach this height with NU or arrows." "Yeah, NU, arrows don't have that far range." Ji Chang's, however, looked as if he was so angry that he wanted to tear the other person apart with his hands. He did not listen to the advice at all. He squinted at the carefree superpower above and sneered, "At 3 o'clock, have you seen the woods? Go there. Prepare to collect the body, no, pick up the person. Wan Can. Did you let it slip just now? You were talking about collecting the corpses, right?" The team members didn't think that Ji Changs could really knock people down with NU and arrows. After all, this height was no joke. "Boss, if you don't calm down first, you won't be able to reach me." Ji Chang's cold eyes drifted over. The person who was muttering just now shut up immediately and silently turned around and headed towards the woods. Wan Ken looked at the team members and then at Ji Chang's, unsure who he was following. Although it would be safer to follow the team members, he still wanted to see if Ji Chang's could shoot someone down. As a middle school loser who had not studied NU and arrows, he had no idea about the range of NU and arrows. Just as he was hesitating, Ji Chang's glanced at the team members who had quickly run to the edge of the woods, squinted slightly and looked at the superpower in the sky, sneered, and pointed his NU arrows directly at each other. Whoosh! The arrow flew out. Straightforward, with a clear goal, he headed towards the supernatural being who was still shivering in the sky. If Wan Ken had used a telescope to look at it, he would have seen the NU, the arrow wrapped in a layer of transparent gas, and the straight flying superpower full of fierce energy. Before he could fly in front of him, this person had just learned to fly and was already happy. The naughty superpower user was so shocked by the terrifying aura that he couldn't help but fall down. The superpower in the sky? What the hell is this? Ah! A figure screamed and fell vertically, and fell directly into the woods under the surprised eyes of people. Then, there was no more sound. The ordinary people who were still recording were stunned by this turn of events. What's going on? That seemed to be a person just now, right? It was really a human being. I heard his screams. Damn it, how did he get up there? He must be a human. I read that right. I took a video. Although it's too far away and it's not clear, I'm sure it's a person. Look at the video. Wan Ken, who was still trembling because Ji Chang's actually shot someone down with a NU and an arrow, suddenly noticed that the people around him had witnessed the whole process, and he panicked. Boss, what should I do? They recorded the video. Ji Chang's gave him a nonchalant look. Tell me, how should we deal with this situation? Wan Ken thought about it and his eyes lit up. If I throw all their mobile phones into the water, they won't be able to spread the word. Throw it into the water. Ji Chang's nodded, and the moment Wan Ken saw him nodding and raising a smile to take credit, he waved to him, come on, lower your head. Wan Ken. He bowed his head. Sure enough, the next second I was hit on the head and my brain collapsed, and the familiar grumpy voice came to my ears, I'll throw you into the water. Are you incapable of being so mentally retarded? You also threw people's mobile phones into the water. Are you afraid? Afraid that they don't know that this is an unnatural phenomenon that the country does not allow to spread? Brain. Where is the brain? After waiting until his brain collapsed, Wan Ken raised his head carefully with a grimace. Then what should I do? So many people have seen it, and someone recorded the video. The superhuman made a sound just now. They must all know that this is a person. Ji Chang's turned around and headed towards the woods. Take my bag and come with me. Oh, boss, you are quite heavy. When the two arrived at the grove, the members of the alien security team were looking up at the superpower hanging on the tree branch. When they saw him coming, they quickly stepped forward. Boss, he happened to be hanging on the tree. It depends on the situation. His collar was caught by a branch, so he was fine, but the tree was too thin. How could he get it off? When the superhuman above saw someone coming from below, his eyes suddenly lit up and he waved quickly, help! Help! Please get me down. After shouting for help, he saw a kid below who didn't look too old, took the backpack from the person next to him, put it on his back, and climbed the tree neatly. The superpower was moved to tears. There are indeed many good people in this world, and such a kid who looks like he is in junior high school is so willing to help others. Ji Chang's climbed the tree very quickly, and soon he reached the branch where the superpower was hung. When the other party saw him coming, he smiled silly at him. "Thank you, little brother. I will definitely repay you after my brother is rescued. You are really a good boy who is brave enough to do what is right." Ji Chang's faced him with a typical smile. Then he hung his backpack on another branch and started taking things out. Feathers, feathers, all feathers. There were also some messy sticks, which he quickly assembled and tied around the waist of the superpower. "Superhuman, what are you doing?" Ji Chang's tied the seat belt on him and replied without raising his head, "Make a simple aircraft." "Stranger. Ji Chang's, you are a person who wants to fly to the sky by building your own aircraft. In order to realize this dream, you even dressed yourself up as a big bird. As a result, the aircraft failed and you fell from the sky. Because of your luck, you hung on a branch. Come on, there are no casualties, right? Superpower user. What is this mess? I am a superpower, I can fly." Ji Chang's, so you don't accept the statement just now? How can I accept it? You are just talking blindly to me with your eyes open. Uh-huh. Ji Chang's looked at the superhuman who was gagged by the bird's beak and could only moan indiscriminately. He thought for a while and pressed the button next to the bird's beak. The bird's beak immediately emitted a clear and melodious chirp, "Chi chi 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 chi, chi 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 chi." Stranger. He stared blankly at the person in front of him, who was looking at him with a bird's beak in his feathers and nodding with satisfaction. "Okay, since you don't accept it and I'm easy to talk to, then change the words according to your wishes. Now you are a psychopath who thinks you are a bird and that's why you want to go to heaven. Do you have any objections?" Stranger. Of course I have it. He's crazy, haha. Ji Chang's, if you don't speak, it's your acquiescence. Stranger. He watched helplessly as the person in front of him said, I understand, I understand. Choose to be a patient who thinks of yourself as a bird. I have to say that your decision is a little weird compared to ordinary people. But I won't discriminate against you, you're welcome. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 189. Ji Chang's took a final look up and down, and after making sure that the clothes on the superhuman's body were flawless, he turned around and climbed down with satisfaction. Stranger. Hello. Did you just leave me here? Don't make any noise. Ji Chang's clicked his tongue and took a moment to look up at the superhuman who was covered in fur and had a gagged mouth. When others finished taking photos and recording videos, and everyone knows that you are a psychopath, you will naturally let you down. Stranger. But anyone who cares about face will definitely not be happy to be spread as a mental patient who is covered in hair and has a bird's beak stuffed in his mouth to act as a birdman. But now his mouth is blocked and he can't even protest. He could only be hung on the tree like this, watching Ji Chang slowly get down from the tree and stand next to the members of the special protection team again. When ordinary people ran in curiously in twos and threes, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the superpowers, shouting loudly, "Doubt by. Is that a bird or a person in the tree?" After saying that, he felt that the team members were not appreciative, so he turned around and glared at them when ordinary people were not paying attention. The members of the alien team who witnessed Ji Chang's climbing up a tree to gag and then pretending to be stupid YIL0NG quickly took over the scene. "Okay, it seems to be a person. Yes, but how come he has feathers on his body? And his mouth, it must be a bird's beak. As he talked, it gradually became smoother. Why do I see that the bird's beak is tied up? Ji Chang's continued loudly, I didn't notice it before, how did he get to the tree? The first member of the alien team hurriedly said, Ah, I saw it. There seemed to be something like a propeller on his head before, then. Look, it seems like those broken stick-like things beside his head. They were talking to each other, and the ordinary people who had just entered the woods listened and looked up one after another. It's true. Is this what this person relied on to fly before? It looks like there are no protective measures at all. He dares to fly in such a dangerous situation. What a fierce person. Brother, don't squeeze me, the video is on. Many people who heard about this soon came to the woods to join in the fun. Everyone stood next to each other and looked up at the supernatural being hanging on the tree like a salted fish. Stranger. He had given up struggling and looked down with dead eyes. It wasn't until the police car, colleagues from the alien security team, arrived and the policemen were setting up mats underneath and climbing up trees to use ropes to fish people out that the originally dull eyes of the superpower suddenly lit up. The light of hope, full of hope, looked at the police in front of him to rescue him. Help me. Uncle Police, save me. Take the beak out of my mouth. The police was only focused on rescuing people, and didn't even notice what the birdman in front of them was saying. The superhuman was a little disappointed, but soon he was taken down from the branch and slowly lowered with a safety rope tied to his body. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he was full of hope. His hand quickly touched the blocked bird's beak. Closer, closer, closer. Seeing his hand falling on the bird's beak, the police uncles who had just carefully rescued him suddenly surrounded him and neatly clasped his hands behind his back. Stranger. No. Why are you detaining me? I am the victim. Some people came up to watch, and the police reminded them kindly, please don't come too far. We received a report from the mental hospital. This is a mentally ill patient who fantasizes about being a bird. Once if you get too close, he may be frightened, so please stay back. Stranger. Who is so frightened? If you have the ability to take the beak off my face, I will show you what it means to be a normal person. Police, he will imitate the chirping of birds when he is frightened. Please stay back and don't let the patient be frightened. The superpower couldn't help but struggle. Who imitates the chirping of birds? Your whole family will imitate bird calls. Normal people. You. The bird's clear voice followed, chirp, 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 chirp. Stranger. Onlookers, wow, I can really imitate bird calls. He has lost feathers on his body, and it smells like 502 glue. Where did he get these feathers from? He wouldn't pluck other people's bird feathers and stick them on himself. Mom, his eyes are so fierce. Be a good boy and don't be afraid. This uncle is sick and thinks he is a bird. Wild birds look fierce when they are afraid of people. The superpower who is trying hard to show I am super fierce, I am human, you are so fierce, I have this wise look that belongs to human beings. In full view of the public, he stayed here for at least 20 minutes. Countless videos were recorded and many photos were taken. The alien security team confirmed the simple flying machine, the feathers are glued on and the bird's beak has a rope. After all these necessary elements were spread, I signaled my colleagues to take the people away. The superhuman got into the car unwillingly, and tried countless times to hint the policeman to unbuckle and handcuff him, but no matter how he hinted, the policeman in the car acted as if he hadn't seen him. No, it's not like he didn't see it, he didn't even look at the superpower. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand, not even giving it a glance to the people around him. Stranger. It's too much to play with your mobile phone during working hours. Finally, the car stopped, and before he could look out, the policeman sitting next to him was finally willing to look up at him. He even reached out and took off the beak on the face of the superpower. This sudden surprise made the superhuman excited. He quickly moved his numb mouth, because his mouth was gagged for a long time, and his voice was a little unclear. I am a normal person. I'm not mentally ill. Someone just climbed a tree and made me like this. Uncle Police, the report you received must be false. Let me tell you about the appearance of that person. You should arrest him quickly. Come back. He is about 14 or 15 years old. He has short hair. He is wearing a black coat. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He has a high nose. There seems to be a mole at the end of his eyes. He is carrying a very big bag. You still have time to arrest him. Bring it back and we can confront you. The police ignored him at all. The car door suddenly opened from the outside. Caught off guard, the superhuman who was sitting against the car door almost fell out of the car. He struggled to hold himself up and subconsciously looked up. Ji Chang's was standing outside with his arms folded, looking at him with a sneer. Hey, you described it well. It's very good. With the Birdman attributes, it's quite suitable to be a scout. Superpower, police uncle. That's the guy. He's the one who hung all these messy things on me. At this moment, he was like a child who had just been bullied, relying on his parents behind him, and started to show off his power again. Quick. Arrest him. He is spreading rumors and slanders. I want to sue him. I want to follow legal procedures. He proudly watched the police uncle get out of the car and walk towards Ji Chang's. Before a look of relief appeared on his face, he saw the other party giving Ji Chang's a military salute. Sir, the mission has been completed. But the 14-year-old or 15-year-old kid who looked like a junior high school student patted the police on the shoulder and nodded to the remaining police who got out of the car. Thank you for your hard work, brothers, we will take him back right away. Stranger. What kind of brothers are these? Which one should you go back to? No, Uncle Police, you don't care about me, are you in the same group? How could you do this? The police are the guardians of the people. The policeman looked at him as if he were a fool. The young man who had been sitting next to him probably also saw the "my sky is falling" look of the superhuman being pitiful, so he soft-heartedly said to him. Sentence. Young man, don't make trouble with the alien security team. They are here to take care of those with special abilities like you. Have a good attitude and strive for leniency. If you don't cause any trouble this time, you will be released in 2 days. Stranger. He watched blankly as the police car roared away as it came, leaving only himself and a group of strangers. That's not right, he seems to have strength now. He might as well fly. Seeing the opponent's feet leaving the ground, Ji Chang's took out the wooden warehouse and pointed at him with raised eyebrows. Fei, fly another one for me. Let's see whether you fly faster or my bullet is faster. Stranger. Wang Can, who had been following him without saying a word, quickly pulled him down. Brother, please be more honest. The boss is not just joking with you. If you dare to fly, he will really dare to fight. Stranger. Who are these people? In the end, it was still the familiar cabin, the familiar Ji Chang style sitting posture, and the familiar reading of online reviews, but this time the job was handed over to the experienced Wang Can. Wang Can stuttered and muttered, what happened these days? Has the wall of the mental hospital collapsed? A while ago, there was a light bulb man who was broken in love and regarded himself as a light bulb. Today, another man appeared who thought he was a light bulb. Birdman's patients, these two are not from the same mental hospital. Ji Chang's lay back in his chair like an old man and chewed melon seeds. He spat out the melon seed rinds and pointed at the superpower Wan Kan. He is the light bulb man mentioned in the comments. Wan Kan pretended not to hear it and continued reading. Ha 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 ha, my cousin was at the scene at the time. I laughed so hard when I saw the video he sent me. That guy worked really hard. In order to make himself look more like a bird, he actually put it all over his body. Feathers, do you know how those feathers were put on? They were glued with 502. My cousin said he smelled of glue when he came down, and the police were wearing gloves when they took him away. This guy is really hardworking and really awesome. He actually built an aircraft, and it actually flew in the sky for a while. After seeing the photos of the scene, a senior brother of mine simulated his kind of aircraft based on the tools that were still left at the time. It can take people off, but it is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will really go into the sky. Don't do it. Blind imitation. Ha 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 ha. I can laugh about this for 3 years. Ha 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 ha. I have to say that the feeling of laughing at oneself in front of others is quite different from that of laughing in front of others. At the beginning, Wan Kan hesitated to raise his head, but as he read and recited, he gradually got better and even became more vocal and emotional. In the future, you may receive text messages like this: "Hello, I am a bird. I am now trying to figure out how to get to heaven. As long as you are willing to send money to the XXX account to support me, I will give you a bird when I successfully get to heaven. Eggs as reward." The talent upstairs, ha 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 ha. But I remember that the patient who thought he was a bird seemed to be a man. Can male birds lay eggs? I feel like I can go to heaven, so what's the difficulty in laying eggs? Stranger. His face turned red with embarrassment, and he lost the vigor he had before. His voice was as small as a mosquito's. You can't ruin my reputation like this. Although I am a superpower, I also have equality, so you can't treat me well. Do you want to discuss it with me? Do you have to use this method? How can I behave in the future? Uncle Ji Chang's crossed his legs and said, "Oh, equality." He took out the recorder and pressed the switch, and the triumphant voice of the superpower came from inside: "I won't cooperate, so what can you do to me?" Stranger. Seeing that he was speechless, Ji Chang's glanced at Wan Kan, who was looking at them cautiously. Continue reading. Ah. Okay, okay. Wan Kan stood behind Ji Chang's and made a cheering gesture towards the superpower. The superpower felt much better when he saw him comforting himself. Knowing that there were other people with powers who were kind to him made his fragile heart feel a little better. Ha 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 ha, I even picked up a hair at the scene. I hope this big brother can get good treatment. Next time he goes up, his life may not be so critical. No, am I the only one who thinks this patient has something in common with the previous patient? They both appeared at night, and they both had something in their mouths when they were taken away and couldn't speak. And if you look at the video of them being taken away before, yes, it's not like they were all very emotional, as if they were struggling all the time. I have a guess. Is it possible that they are not mentally ill, but people with special abilities, who were forcibly gagged and taken away by the relevant departments after they showed up? When reading this comment, Wan Kan began to feel a little uneasy. While reading, he carefully looked at Ji Chang's face. When he finished reading it all, he found that Ji Chang's legs almost gave out after he sneered. Boss, what I said before was very smooth. I think the reason why this netizen found out is because he didn't handle his facial expressions well. It's none of my business. I didn't know when I was taken away. Please cooperate more. You know that, right? If you want to punish him, punish him. The superhuman who is still immersed in the feeling that it turns out that we all have superpowers and can show kindness to each other even if we don't know each other. No, you asked me to come on just now, but in the blink of an eye you betrayed me, with your face. Wang Ken pretended not to see his dumbfounded expression. If the team's hard work was wasted and the superpower's identity was exposed, Ji Chang's wouldn't know what to do in his rage. Of course, the faster he ran, the better. Ji Chang stretched out his hand. "Give me the phone." Wang Ken quickly handed him the phone like a fool. "Boss, this comment is right here. Should we contact someone to delete it? How many times have I taught you, the more you encounter this kind of situation, the less you can delete the comment, the more you have to cover it up, and they will get to the bottom of it." Perhaps because he had seen enough jokes about flying superpowers today, Ji Chang's did not get angry. Instead, he took Wang Can's mobile phone, quickly switched accounts, and commented below. "This statement is reasonable and well-founded now. I can no longer hide it. In fact, I have already seen that the light bulb man is not the light bulb but himself. The bird man is a real bird, but they will just become Che-ng people. I don't know if you still remember the war in XX. Hey, after that battle, the memories of ordinary people have been erased, and only those of us who have fought for the country are left still remember." Okay. After typing the sentence skillfully, Ji Chang's pressed send and threw the phone to Wang Can. "Go to the electronic branch of the foreign insurance group and tell them to follow the sentence I just sent." "Wang Can, where is the electronics branch?" Ji Chang's gave him a disgusted look. "You have been in the alien security team for so long and you still don't know the location of the electronics branch? Behind the decorative painting in the toilet, you pushed in." Wang Can was shocked. "Is the electronics department inside the secret door of the toilet? Oh my god. It must be so strict that the door needs to be placed in the toilet." Ji Chang's thought for a moment. "If you say that, there's nothing wrong with it." Wang Can suddenly became excited. What teenager doesn't have a martial arts dream? Although martial arts has become fantasy now, it would be nice to experience the kind of secret door in the martial arts TV series I watched when I was a child. Even the supernatural being who was half dead and lamenting that his reputation was gone and turned into a birdman was so energetic that he could no longer care about his sorrow. He looked at Ji Chang's with bright eyes and whispered coquettishly, I want to go there too. Can you let me go and see it too?" Seeing Ji Chang's glance at him, he immediately understood and quickly admitted his mistake. "I know I was wrong. I will never expose myself again next time. Please, let me follow you and take a look. I promise not to run away. If I run away, I will be a bastard." "You don't need to be so serious as the bastard." Ji Chang started cracking melon seeds again. "If you run away, just shoot him to death." The expression on the superhuman's face was stiff, but he had no intention of running. He recovered within a few seconds and looked at Ji Chang's with hope. "No problem, I promise not to run. Please take me with you." "Okay." Ji Chang spat out melon seeds, but did not embarrass the other party much. He raised his chin towards Wang Can and said, "Take him over and tell the branch that he wants to atone for his sins and help us solve this matter. Let's let him go today." He stayed at the branch. A day at work in a State Department with a secret door. The two superpowers have never felt that the words redemption for sins sounds so good as they do now. Wang Can even glanced at the superpower with a bit of envy. He was slightly jealous, and he tried his best to say, "Then my boss, I also want to help you get along. After all, I am also being suspected, and I am half responsible for this." Ji Chang's, click, click, click. After spitting out the melon seed skin, he looked Wang Can up and down and said, "Okay, then you both can work there for a day. When the electronics branch gets off work, you get off work." "Hey. No problem. Thank you, boss." The two left happily. Ji Chang's continued to eat melon seeds, and one of the team members in the corner who always regarded himself as a transparent person was very puzzled. Is there something wrong with these two people's brains? Why are they so happy to work in a miserable place like the electronics branch? Or is it that the way of thinking of superpowers is really different from theirs? While he was thinking about it, Ji Chang saw his wandering face and threw a melon seed over. What are you thinking about? Go and work for me, either training or learning knowledge. Those with superpowers must learn, you ordinary people, you're so confident. Get out of here. The two superpowers over there still don't know what they are about to face. They ran to the toilet excitedly and saw a decorative painting hanging on the toilet. Wang Ken rubbed his hands excitedly. I never thought before that this could be a secret door. The flying superpower also rubbed his hands. This is so cool. It's like filming a movie. Do you think it's all hackers? This is really a State Department, right? Oh my God, our country actually has such a hacker department. My dream was to be a hacker. Me too. No, I'm so excited. The two cheered each other up, hid in the toilet and tidied up their appearance, then took a deep breath and opened the secret door together. The wall with the decorative paintings really moved as soon as they pushed it. Slowly, slowly, as the door was pushed, a sound that seemed to come from another world reached their ears. Along with this, there are all kinds of scenes that they can't imagine. In the large bright office, various young people wearing headphones and typing on keyboards were sitting. The air-conditioned wind blew through their thinning hair. Everyone had a stress-relieving tool at their hand. Where is the information on X-12 from last time? Why can't I find it? Takeaway, whose takeout was left at the front desk for 20 minutes and no one took it. My, I'm sorry, my phone was muted for some reason and I didn't receive the call. I want to treat you to dinner after get off work. Oh my God, damn, I can't scold this retard. Boss, please help me scold him to death in Zhuan dialect. He's so mad at me, so mad at me. Hello, is this MS Lu? Hello, madam, we are XX company. Last time our company's truck had a car accident and rushed into your house. Ah, yes, the pits all over the yard are from our company. The fireball was caused by a small explosion. Yes, I'm really sorry. It was our company's truck driver who was worried about taking responsibility and took the truck away while no one was home. Our leader also contacted the police after finding out about it. Yes, we understand. Your company will definitely compensate for this loss. Yes, can you estimate the price of your loss? Oh, please, just make this call. Well, I'm really sorry. This was our mistake. I'm sorry, sir. Can you please stop swearing? We will definitely compensate you. Yes, we will compensate you according to the price. Okay, then you asked. Call me back, okay, bye, I'm going to explode. Is that stupid super guy's brain broken? I'm still looking for it. The truck driver accidentally ran over me while he was asleep. The owner just scolded me and I can't even reply. I'm so angry. While this beautiful young lady was angry, she violently hit the stress-relieving tool with her hand. Looking at the other people in the room, most of them looked like social animals. Replying to messages while eating takeout. He was so angry that he kept smiling while talking on the phone. The hands flying all over the keyboard almost became after images. The expressions of the people present were all different, but there were none of the high-level hacker alliance battles they had imagined before. The two superpowers who had just come out of the toilet stared blankly at the scene in front of them, feeling that the place in their hearts where all kinds of lofty fantasies were stored was shattered into pieces. After standing there for about 3 minutes, someone hurriedly passing by holding documents finally spotted them. Huh? Who are you? New here. Wang can quickly explain their purpose of coming. In this case, show me the paragraph sent by Team G. After reading what Ji Chang said, she nodded, okay, no problem, just follow Team G's method. Since you two are here to help, you should follow suit. At this moment, although the fantasies in their hearts were shattered into pieces, they were about to turn the tide, their fantasy, change the situation, also a fantasy, and atone for their sins. This was true. The two of them were happy again and happily follow the sister who says she is a supervisor based on her work badge and walk forward. Then I was arranged to sit in front of an adjacent computer. The supervisor's sister gently taught them to click on a file on the desktop. The two opened it excitedly, then looked at the string of account passwords inside and fell into deep thought. Sister supervisor, these are all account numbers, and what is written behind them is the password. Your task is to use these accounts to log in to the platform, and follow similar comments under the comments replied by the discipline team. It is enough to reply to more than 9,000 floors. Remember, it is only necessary for 1/3 of the accounts to like this comment, otherwise all those who reply to the comment will like the layer owner, which will appear to be abnormal data. Also, remember to switch IPs. Here are instructions on how to switch. Each account must be switched once. There is software here that will automatically randomly select IPs. Replying to comments cannot be copied and pasted, and must be typed by hand. After she finished speaking, she asked the two people who were stunned, "Do you understand? Is there anything else you don't know?" Wang Can. Stranger. I understand, but the problem is. Isn't this the Navy? Sister supervisor, the Navy can't be as rigorous as we are, but if you think so, it seems okay. Now that you understand, let's get started. I will arrange for an old man to take you, and he will teach you how to say words with similar meanings. Xiaozhou, come here and lead the two of them to speak according to this comment. The young man named Xiaozhou was also unambiguous and gave a demonstration to the two of them on the spot. I saw his hands flying on the keyboard, leaving messages from different IP addresses and accounts. I also remember XX years, that year, I went to the battlefield with my best brother, but in the end I was the only one who came down. I will never forget you, Wang Wei. Seeing the peaceful and prosperous age today, I believe you will laugh even if you are under Jiquan. Wang Wei, you never know what role you are in the mouths of your friends. Ha 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 ha, I even saw that there is a person named Wang Wei on your watch list. Thank you. I will never forget the old squad leader of the 175th team in XX, and the little boy who liked to sing. They chose to forget these memories after they retired. I choose to keep them. There must be someone who remembers them all. Hey, my brothers and I fought until the end of the war that year, but now each of the brothers has chosen to forget it, and I am the only one left who is still struggling. I will also apply to forget these things in the second half of the year. Maybe it's better to be an ordinary person. I didn't expect that so many people still remember. Kwewa, I don't know if you can see this comment, but I love you and I will always love you. I heard my grandfather talk about the war in XX, but I always thought it was just my grandfather's Alzheimer's nonsense. I didn't expect to see so many people here who experienced XX years. Do you remember my grandfather? His name was Wang Taizu, and he told me that he was from Team 891 and was responsible for fighting against the Zerg. I remember. I am from the 891 team. We made an agreement at the beginning that if anyone has children or grandchildren, we will consider them as relatives. My good grandson, call me Grandpa and come listen. Grandpa will tell you how we killed the Zerg Queen that year. Can you guys be serious and serious? Can this kind of thing be said on the platform, when the state ordered you to keep your mouth shut? Is this what you did? Be careful that I ask the country to erase the memories of all those involved. PA. After expertly sorting out a circle of people, Xiaozhou stopped his hand and turned to look at the two superpowers. How is it? Do you understand what to do? Two people. This isn't. Their minds were already a little confused. Aren't we going to hide it from ordinary people? Can we hide it like this? Xiaozhou smiled. That's how I can hide it? When one person raises a question and everyone else is making fun of it, then this person's question will also be considered a joke, and even people passing by will join in. No matter how doubtful this person is, no matter how carefully he studies and explains, others will not believe that he is serious. After you learn how to do this, just send a few messages and I will take a look. Once you have sent 9,000 messages, no one will ever truly doubt the existence of superpowers. 2 people. So the Navy still controls public opinion, right? They finally sat in front of the computer, imitating what Xiao Zhou taught, changing various IP accounts to make fun of them. It was just as Xiao Zhou expected. As more and more people are making memes, in fact, most of them are the two of them, passers-by have also joined in the meme-making state, talking seriously about what they experienced in XX and what happened. No matter how hard the floor leader who made the suspicious remarks tried to say, "No, I really found something wrong based on the details. Listen to me, look at this photo. Although it is blurry, the Birdman man doesn't look like he is above his head, there are aircrafts. I'm really telling you the truth." No one believed it. Everyone was laughing and joking. Level Master, don't make trouble, it will do you no good to expose the truth of that year. Why are you holding on to me like this? This is probably a soldier from back then. Hey, it's been so many years, in the blink of an eye. If we hadn't defended our home and country back then, you, the floor leader, would still be being used as fertilizer by the Ant-Man soldiers. Hey, Floor Master, you are still too young, you have not experienced those years, so you naturally don't understand the pain of having to fly because of itchy wings. People choose to fly at night, so as not to disturb the people, so consider it. After being laughed at by many netizens, no matter how determined the floor leader was at the beginning, he unconsciously began to doubt whether he was overthinking. Think about it, how can there really be people in the world who can fly? Moreover, there was indeed a broken simple aircraft nearby when the person was discovered, so why did he think that person could really fly before? Why did he insist on going in an impossible direction when the truth was clearly right in front of him? What do you think? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he was overthinking it. He finally gave up on asking for more details and was happy that one of his comments had so many likes and comments. The 2 superpowers who worked hard to maintain the situation had a grimace and worked overtime until late at night before they got off work with the electronic group. When they got off work, it was their first time doing this kind of work and they felt their hands were numb. There are more than 1,000 comments, which must be typed by hand, and you must switch to a different account for each comment. I thought everyone would file out of the toilet after get off work, but they were both ready to open the toilet door, only to find that the staff in the electronics group had finished saying hello, turned around and left through the door. 2 people. So what is the point of installing such a secret door in the toilet? Wouldn't it be better to just go through the gate? It's meaningless, the supervisor's sister said casually as she took out her mobile phone and opened the app to call a taxi. I'm not the discipline team of your alien insurance group. I'm too lazy. I thought it was too far to walk from the alien insurance group to the group, so I just opened a taxi. The door was opened 2 days ago, didn't you know? 2 people. Then why do you have to open it in such a hidden place as the toilet? Can't you just open it openly in the main hall? How can we open a hole in the load-bearing wall? The other places that can open the door are the team members' bedrooms. There is only one toilet left. If you don't open the toilet, where can you open it? Don't worry. We usually don't go through your door and we won't look at you. To go to the toilet. 2 superpowers. With their faces numb, their hands numb, and their minds numb, they numbly returned to the heterosexual group from the toilet. All the fantasies about state departments in my heart were shattered. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 190. Ji Chang's is having a meeting in the conference room. The team members were all sitting, and he was the only one standing on the stage with a serious look on his face, In recent times, people with superpowers have been exposed too frequently. We can't just make up for one thing when it happens. We have to consider the overall situation and make arrangements in advance to prevent the mission entrusted to us by the country from being undermined. So, I propose that starting from tomorrow, we will find the official propaganda department on the internet and let them announce that there are patients escaping in the name of a mental hospital. Don't say how many patients have escaped. This will make it easier for us to plug people in. Also, find a reliable one reasons to explain why these mental patients do these weird things. As he was talking, one of the team members raised their hands in fear. Ji Chang's, speak. The team member stood up. Boss, the official propaganda department does not have an account for the mental hospital. Build one if you don't have one. Also, who asked you to stand up and speak? You won't be able to speak when you sit down, right? Sit down. Ji Chang's continued. Recently, some colleagues have very problematic thinking and even spread rumors behind my back that I am stingy and vindictive. I won't criticize you by name. Anyway, you are all talking nonsense. You will gradually know how generous and ungrateful a person I am. Let's adjourn the meeting. He was the first to leave with a sneer on his face. Behind him, the team members looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, boss? How could he not hold a grudge if he is so petty? Also, what do you mean we will find out later? Doesn't the boss intend to write it down first and then settle the accounts later? Ji Chang's didn't care what the team members were saying about him behind his back. He directly sent a message to the official propaganda department. Early the next morning, many netizens who paid attention to the matter discovered that there was an official from a mental hospital. Bo claimed Birdman. We are very sorry for the impact on the public because there was a loophole in the security system of the hospital recently after renovation. Patients escaped at present. We have contacted the police to arrest the patients who ran away from the hospital. Please don't panic. Most of these patients are the world's perception is wrong and there is no intention to hurt anyone. Escaped patients all live in the same ward. After communicating with each other, they believe that they are various supernatural phenomena. If you encounter patients in this hospital, just follow their words and call the police quickly. Thank you for your cooperation. Patient Bounty, 5W/bit. Although the official blog of this mental hospital is an old account, it has very few fans. As a result, since the announcement of the claim was posted, various big VS forwarded it, and the number of fans began to increase. Ha 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 made me laugh so hard. So you didn't just escape one patient. This is the first time I have seen a reward for catching a mentally ill person and returning him to the hospital. I'm not saying that, although you have a good attitude in admitting your mistake, you should not publish the names and photos of those patients. We don't know what they look like and how can we find them? An official blog responded to this comment. I'm really sorry, because the families of these patients don't agree with the direct release of patient information, so I can only search blindly, but it doesn't matter. These patients are easy to recognize if they give themselves a confusing position. For example, if you think you are a bird that can fly, if you think you can breathe fire, if you think you can become invisible, etc., then you can call the police. Ha 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 ha. A mental patient escaped from the hospital, and the mental hospital issued a bounty for his arrest. This news was enough to make me laugh for a year. So is the light bulb man from your mental hospital. Ha 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 ha. Little baby, dear, let's go on an operation to capture mental patients. After we get the bounty, we'll go on a trip. Ha 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 ha. My mouth hurts from laughing. People online burst into laughter. And late that night, a long-haired, faceless semi-humanoid with only the upper half of his body and no clothes on his body slowly climbed up the shore along the current. On the shore, there were a few spirited young men who were fishing, chatting, and laughing in low voices while looking intently at the fluorescent fish floats in the water. The monster that landed on the shore saw these people, and twisted slightly, exuding a happy and greedy atmosphere. It slowly crawled towards that side, and had already imagined eating the brains of these mortals in its mind. Delicious. A few minutes later, a scream sounded from the shore. Half an hour later, Ji Chang's got out of the RV with a look of anger on his face. After his feet landed on the ground, he didn't waste any time and asked his colleagues who had already arrived, "Where is that thing? I'm fighting with some colleagues over there. It's strange. Its claws look so short, but once it's pulled on someone, it can't be pulled off. It's very strong and weighs a lot. We're wearing it, can't scratch it without the protective suit, but its skin is very hard and we can't kill it. There's nothing anyone can do about the situation now." Well, how's it going with ordinary people? They were just frightened. As soon as this thing ran towards them, they hurriedly got in the car. But now several people are very frightened and keep asking us what it is. Team G, look at this. The leader of the foreign security team, who was obviously suppressing his anger at being called out to work at night, squinted his eyes and looked at the group of people in the distance, gritted his teeth and said, "Just say it's a sloth. But its hair is long. That's a long-haired sloth. Okay, Captain, what should we do with it now? It's very ferocious, has a strong body, and its skin is thick. We just opened the wooden barn and didn't even penetrate it. How about we induce it to enter the cage? Captain, you had to wear protective clothing." Ji Chang's face was full of irritability and depression as he was forced to work overtime. He didn't even listen to the shouts from his colleagues behind him. He strode forward directly and said to the colleagues who were still fighting with the monster, "Give them all to me, get out of the way." Colleague 1 was trying hard to kick the monster that was grabbing his legs. When he saw that he was not wearing protective clothing, he quickly said, "Team discipline, you have to wear protective clothing. This thing is very strong. None of us can pull it. If you don't wear protective clothing, it'll scratch you and you'll just tear and pull." Ji Chang's grabbed the monster's hair and pulled it off forcefully. Before the monster could react and stretch out its claws to grab him, he just grabbed his hair, lifted him up and slapped him on the ground. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4, 5, 6. There was a lot of dust and deep pits on the ground. "What the hell are you? Why are you making such a fuss at night? Will you die if you come out during the day? Will you die? Bang 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 bang. You're so strong, right? Give me a bigger one. Show me a bigger one. Bang, bang, bang. Catch people, pick them up, right? I call you a pickle, I call you a pickle." Ji Chang's didn't knock it to the ground, but directly started hitting the big tree nearby. Another bang bang bang. The team members who had just put on protective clothing and hurried over. The superhuman who was asked to serve as a volunteer for 30 days together with Wang Kan. Other colleagues who couldn't do anything about this monster no matter what they did. Everyone stood there in stunned silence, staring blankly at Ji Chang's grabbing the monster and frantically slapping it to the ground, trees, and rocks. The monster was bleeding green blood, and the claws that had been waving randomly before were no longer strong, and they only tried to hook occasionally. This time it really touched Ji Chang's arm. Suddenly, the leader of the alien team, who was already irritable and venting his anger, became even angrier. "You still dare? You still dare to hit me, right?" Boom. He threw the monster to the ground with even greater force than before, then stepped on it and stomped on it. "Hit me, hit me, hit me. Get up. Hit me. Monster." It didn't know where it made a shrill and resentful cry, and suddenly gathered all its strength to rush towards Ji Chang's face. It wants to rip out this person's brain and eat the brains inside to take revenge. This time he successfully jumped into Ji Chang's face. The others who were still watching in shock became anxious when they saw Ji Chang's being punched in the face. Boss. Team G. However, Ji Chang's didn't panic and took out the BISH-0U hanging on his waist. Thorn, stab, stab, stab. Thorn, stab, stab, stab. Snapped. The monster with numerous bloody holes fell helplessly to the ground. But Ji Chang's, who still had its green blood on his face, didn't let it go. He pounced on it with an angry face and continued to stab it. Come on. Bite me. Do you have a mouth? I'll stab you to death. If you keep disturbing me in my sleep, keep arguing. Seeing that the monster was breathing out but not in, the team members who finally reacted rushed forward and hugged Ji Chang's. Boss, calm down, boss, we'll just beat it to the point where it's still useful, just in case it's still useful. What's the use? You all get out of my way, I'm going to kill this turtle. Come on. Come on. Why don't you keep making noise to me? In the end, Ji Chang's was carefully and forcibly carried away by several strong teammates. A team member quickly winked at colleagues from other departments, get this thing away quickly. It's hard to say whether he would be alive if he didn't take it away for a while. Huh? Oh, okay, hurry up, bring the cage over, hurry up, hurry up. These colleagues were as fast as thieves. While working, they would carefully glance in the direction of Ji Chang's from time to time. Finally, they carried the monster to the car with its cage. They breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to get out of the car and only lowered the windows. He shouted to them, then let's take this thing back to study first. Well, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Goodbye. After saying that, he quickly said to the driver, hurry up, the discipline team will catch up with you in a moment. Oh my God, no wonder people say that the leader of the alien security group has a bad temper and is very cruel. He is so damn angry that he gets out of bed. The car roared away, and Ji Chang's Sharian gaze that had been staring at the car slowly disappeared. When he looked at the team members and the two superpowers around him, his eyes turned into disgust and irritability. However, no one thought his attitude was bad this time. Compared with the boss just now, this is already considered gentle. They were so dissatisfied before that they even complained that their boss was bad-tempered towards them. In comparison, all the little obstacles the boss had put in their way before could be regarded as just playing tricks. The two superpowers didn't even dare to show their anger. At this moment, they all had the same idea in their minds. From now on, even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to provoke Ji Chang's. Boss, calm down, don't be angry, come on, have a glass of milk and feel comfortable. Ji Chang's took the milk and took a sip. I'm not angry anymore. It's just a monster with no face, and maybe no brain. Why should I be angry with it? Everyone. It's like you were not the one who almost tore the monster alive just now. What expression are you looking at? Do you think I am someone who is so easily angry and vengeful? Haven't I told you earlier that I am always generous and never hold grudges? Okay, I'm going to bed. Don't disturb me. Other people. They looked at the 15-year-old boy who had put on a blindfold and was sleeping peacefully on the bed in the RV, and finally understood what Ji Chang's meant by not holding grudges. Yes, he never holds grudges. Because when he has a grudge, he usually avenges it on the spot.